And what we will do, I mean, you know the drill, we'll interrupt you as soon as we get a quorum. We have, it is now 1:50. We have a special order. Okay. We have a special order that was tentatively scheduled for 3:30. For people who came for 1485, we're not going to vote on that today. So if you came for that, if you've got other stuff you want to do, you can. What I hope we're able to do is, time permitting, at the conclusion of this session, we'll probably have a further discussion on the concept, but we're not going to vote that today. So if you're here for that vote, you don't have to leave, but you can certainly stay, but we're not going to vote that today. So I want to make that clear at the outset for people who were here for 1485. And again, I will entertain a discussion on that, the bill and where we're going at the conclusion of the session. We're going to start. Mr. Ng is before us, and Mr. Ng is going to do file item 10, AB 1899.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Honored to be here today. AB 1899 is a transparency bill. And what it does, it simply mirrors the governor's existing executive orders on transparency by doing this. It will ensure that the governor's administration remains transparent, especially for state contracts valued at $5,000 or more, audits of state departments and agencies, information on operations, budget, and programs, that these important pieces of information be available and open to the public on the website. This will ensure that the governor's website will continue to reflect California's leadership in new technology and providing the public with information on how valuable tax dollars are spent. The measure does not impose any new requirements. It simply puts into law the governor's existing executive orders on transparency. The measure is sponsored by Californians Aware and SEIU Local 1000. And at the time, I respectfully will ask for an aye vote.
Okay, I'm trying to check.
I do have witnesses in support.
Why don't you have the witnesses in support? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am Antonio Torres. I work for the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. I am a senior information systems analyst, and I am a member of Service Employees International Union Local 1000, representing nearly 95,000 state workers. I would like to inform you of our support for AB 1899, authored by Assembly Member Mike Ng. Each year, the state of California spends billions of dollars on thousands of service contracts, yet the state's tools for tracking contract spending and performance are inadequate and outdated. Last year, Governor Schwarzenegger issued 2 executive orders which expanded website postings on the reporting transparency website to include state contracts for $5,000 or more, program reports, audits, statements of economic interest, travel expense forms, and information on budgets and programs. This bill will ensure that the aforementioned website, along with information as required by the governor's executive orders, would be placed in the government code. The proposed legislation is a floor and not a ceiling for what information should be collected and made available. We think that California, as one of the largest economies in the world, should be able to present basic information back to its citizens. The governor's executive orders do just this, and their content should remain in the public domain. For these reasons, we urge your support for AB 1899. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, excuse me just a minute. Hold. When we call the roll, I think. Dog. Okay, is Alex right there? Okay, well, we were close. And I don't know if you've ever had to herd cats, but this is.
Hurry in, hurry.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Well,
I saw the movie.
Okay. Why don't we? Any questions for Assemblymember Ng? Hearing, is there any opposition or other members in support? Are there witnesses in support? Okay. Okay, Senator, you got a little bit of work to do on the other side of the aisle, but that's sometimes the way it is. As soon as we get a quorum, we'll take a motion and then put up a vote for your bill. I almost thought we had one second ago, but yeah, he went that away. But as soon as we get a quorum, sir, we will come back and follow up and get this one moving.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Respectfully request an aye vote.
Thank you. Okay. I see the speaker, Mr. Speaker. We don't yet have a quorum. You're perfectly willing to. We can take.
Ms. Caballero was here ahead of me. I'm
Okay.
happy to wait till she's done.
Okay, we will. Assemblywoman, welcome aboard. Members, Ms. Caballero has Assembly Bill 815, file item number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and members, in 2003, this committee sponsored a bill concerning state surplus property. At the time, I was the mayor of the city of Salinas, and one of the properties that was the subject of the bill was the Salinas Armory building, which was sold to the city of Salinas with the stipulation that it would be developed into a police station. However, due to the economic downturn and a greater demand for a police presence elsewhere, the city has not been able to develop the property. This year, the Police Activities League got a grant from a local foundation in the community of $100,000, which would allow them to renovate the property and use it as a government-owned facility for after-school programs. One of our big issues is violence in the community, and this is a great opportunity for PAL to be able to do a program in the city of Salinas. The current specificity of the language prevents the city from permitting PAL to go forward with its plans. The property's been conveyed, it's been paid for. The purpose of the bill is to make a small technical change so that it allows the city to be able to use the building for a PAL program. Here to testify from the city of Salinas is Jim Pia, who's the Parks and Community Services Director, if you have any technical questions.
Okay. Witnesses in support?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Vallarta, City Attorney with the City of Salinas. Good to be with you today.
Okay. Let me ask, is there any opposition? This is pretty much a district bill?
That is correct.
Okay. And I still remember now I'm blocking on their names, the twin brothers who...
That's correct. The Harrison brothers.
The Harrison brothers, Alvin and...
Calvin.
The track stars.
As an old track guy, I remember them well. In fact, I think Alvin is also an Olympian.
He was.
He was an Olympian, great, yeah. And I saw him run a 45-2 last leg of a 4x4 relay team. Anyway, Ms. Negrete McLeod.
While I'm sympathetic with the city that it wasn't able to use their property in the way so stated, I'm just worried that this will start a precedent that, somebody buys the land for this, and then they say, well, we can't use it, so we're going to use it for this, and I don't know. You sell it with a specific purpose in mind, and then it changes.
I'm answering the question for her bill. I would have the same concern if they were going to build a shopping center or a housing complex on it. I'm persuaded to be supportive because it's still a public purpose. The Police Athletic League, the police station. I would have the same view as you would, Senator, if we were looking at a commercial application or something that was outside of the sphere of the city. But I think you probably got a grant, and help me here. There's probably a grant that came to the city that wouldn't pay for the police station, but it would pay for the Police Athletic League.
That is correct, Senator. The Armory was a facility that was not used by the state for a large number of years, and so the city had the intention of building a police facility. But given the economic downturn, very similar to what the state is facing. There are no funds available for the development of a police station at this time. Meanwhile, the facility has remained vacant and remains to sit unused, and it's a local foundation that has come forward that has proposed giving the Police Athletic League $100,000 to be able to renovate that particular building to use it for an after-school program for children. So you're absolutely right. It would remain a public facility. It would stay in the hands of the city of Salinas. It would be used specifically for the purpose of an after-school program.
Okay, I mean, and on that would, I mean, I hope that helps, because the other side is that if we don't do this, it continues to sit vacant and empty. So we're committed to making it for a public purpose that I think addresses part of Senator Negrete McLeod's concern. But you did find private funding, and if you'd have had the funding, you'd have built the police station.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, as soon as we get a quorum, is there opposition to Assemblywoman Caballero's bill, AB 815? Is there any opposition to AB 8? As soon as we get a quorum, we'll call up this bill. In our parlance, we call this a district bill. So unless there's somebody here from Monterey County, or is that Monterey County?
It is Monterey County.
Unless there's someone here from Monterey County who would object, and certainly in the name of the Harrison brothers, who I had the joy of seeing run for a number of years. Actually, they were in North Salinas, as I recall.
That is correct.
North Salinas High School. But for them, as soon as we get a quorum, Assemblywoman, we will take this bill up. Any further questions from the committee? Okay.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, welcome aboard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You've got one on consent. Your 2414
Is on consent.
is on consent.
Happy to hear it.
And you want to take up your 2670 is double referred to rules.
Yes.
And you've got 2734.
Correct.
Which,
If I could begin with 2670 then.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senators. AB 2670 establishes the State Capitol Sustainability Task Force to further advance our environmentally friendly practices here at the State Capitol. The task force will consist of the four tenets of the Capitol: the Assembly, the Senate, the Governor, and the Lieutenant Governor. The task force will develop and implement the State Capitol Sustainability Initiative, which will review our water, energy use, suggest conservation technologies, and explore opportunities for renewable energy and increased use of recycled content products. The goal is to make such a difference that the Capitol qualifies for a coveted LEED certificate. AB 2670 also provides for having educational information here at the Capitol so that our many visitors can learn ways that they can make a difference in their homes, schools, and offices. The Assembly and the Senate have already instituted a number of sustainable practices. Between the steps we've already taken and the steps that we'll take under AB 2670, we hope that the dome of the Capitol will represent one of the greenest places in California, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote when you establish quorum.
Are there any questions on this bill? Any witnesses in support? Well, we'll have a quorum. Nice.
I was paying attention, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. In support? Okay.
What was that bill?
It was 2503.
Okay.
Rachel O'Brien with United States Green Building Council, Northern California chapter, in support.
Okay. Is there any opposition? Okay. As soon as we get a quorum, we'll crank this one up, sir.
Thank you.
Why don't we go to 2734?
Very good. Thank you. AB 2734 creates the Office of Economic Development within the Governor's office. It creates a director for that office and designates specific duties to the office. The purpose of the Office of Economic Development is to establish long-term economic goals and strategies, as well as specific and effective services to California's businesses, both large and small. The creation of this office is one of the recommendations from the Little Hoover Commission's February 2010 report, Making Up for Lost Ground, creating a...
Time out. Secretary, call the roll.
Wright?
Here.
Wright present. Harmon?
Here.
Harmon present. Calderon?
Here.
Calderon present. Denham? Flores?
Here.
Flores present. Negrete McLeod?
Here.
Negrete McLeod present. Oropeza? Padilla? Price?
Present.
Price present. Wyland? Yee. It's established.
Okay, we have a quorum. Why don't we do this? Is there any opposition to 2734? Is there any further support for 2734? Yes, sir.
Stuart Drown, I'm the Executive Director of the Little Hoover Commission, here to urge your aye vote for 2734. It implements our recommendations.
Okay. Is there a motion from the committee or further questions? Moved by Senator Price. I'm sorry, I didn't look that way. Excuse me. You're okay? Okay. Call the roll.
Wright?
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon?
Aye.
Harmon, aye. Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores? Flores, aye. Negrete McLeod? Negrete McLeod, aye. Oropeza? Padilla? Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland? Yee. Yes.
That's 6. We'll hold the roll open. We've got, just as you, we've got members all over the building today. Why don't we go back and open the roll on AB 2670? That was Mr. Calderon moves, and this is being referred to rules. Call the roll.
Wright?
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon?
No.
Harmon, no. Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores?
Aye.
Flores, aye. Negrete McLeod?
Aye.
Negrete McLeod, aye. Oropeza? Padilla? Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland? Yee.
5 to 1. We'll hold the roll open for that one as well. Mr. Ng's bill has been moved by Senator Negrete McLeod, and your other bill's
Thank
on
you, Mr.
consent.
Chairman.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
What happened to his other bill?
He had one on consent, so he's got one on. He's got 2 that are on call and 1 that was on consent. We're going to go quickly to Mr. Ng's bill. Mr. Ng had AB 1899 about the website. That bill was moved by Senator Negrete McLeod. Open the roll.
Wright?
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon?
No.
Harmon, no. Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores? Flores, aye. Negrete McLeod? Negrete McLeod, aye. Oropeza? Padilla? Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland? Yee.
Okay. Move. Why don't we do Caballero's bill, AB 815, file item number 2. It's a motion by Senator Negrete McLeod. Open the roll, please.
Wright?
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon?
Aye.
Harmon, aye. Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores?
Aye.
Flores, aye. Negrete McLeod? Negrete McLeod, aye. Oropeza? Padilla? Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland? Yee.
That has 6. We'll hold the roll open. There's a motion on the consent calendar by Ms. Negrete McLeod. Senator Negrete McLeod moves. Open the roll on the consent calendar. We've got a number of items on the consent calendar, again, for people who are there. AB 1792, AB 1896, AB 2031, AB 2201, AB 2215, AB 2414, AB 2790, AB 2791, AB 2792, AB 2793, and AB 2794 are on consent. Call the roll.
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon?
Aye.
Harmon, aye. Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores?
Aye.
Flores, aye. Negrete McLeod?
Aye.
Negrete McLeod, aye. Oropeza? Padilla? Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland? Yee.
That's 6. We'll hold the roll open. Assemblyman Liu, welcome. Members, Assemblyman Liu is presenting item number 5, AB 1778. Welcome. Welcome aboard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Senators. This bill helps keep tax dollars and jobs in California by ensuring that all commercials made on behalf of the state of California and paid for with public funds are actually filmed here in California. One example is that a recent commercial promoting California's dairy industry was actually filmed in New Zealand. Trying to promote a California industry focused on California products by filming in another country makes no economic sense. And here we're trying to incentivize one of California's competitive advantages, which is our film industry. This bill is supported by the City of Los Angeles, by the Teamsters, by Labor Federation, and a host of other organizations. I have witnesses here in support, and we start request an aye vote.
Witnesses in support.
Mr. Chairman and members, Barry Broad on behalf of the Teamsters and other unions that we represent. Let me just say this. The organizations, these farm commissions and so forth, the opponents have raised the argument that they're not really state agencies. In fact, they're fee-supported state agencies. They're not private entities. They're using the imprimatur of the state government in order to make commercials. If they want to make commercials anywhere they want, doing anything they want to do, then they don't need to come to the state government. I mean, there's a question in my mind why we have these marketing commissions in the 21st century, but hey, we've got them. They are state agencies. They are bound by and created by statutes passed by the legislature, and their funds are no different than any other funds. They're just raise fees on the industry, and there are many, many agencies that are fee-supported. In the vernacular of my ethnic group, there's the word chutzpah, and in the case of the dairy industry, they have particular chutzpah because the state sets their prices. That would be utter chutzpah. Yes, that's correct. God, that's so good. That's amazing. This is the best day I've had in a long time. Anyway, we set their prices to protect them from out-of-state competition, and here they're claiming that using state dollars in order to favor our state industry when it is our state policy to favor our state industry through tax incentives is somehow wrong. Well, frankly, you can't have your milkshake and eat it too. And they should be, did that work? Modestly. And drink it too. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. In any case, I think it makes a great deal of sense to, I was going to say utter sense, but I can't use that one again.
Utter failure.
Yeah. It really makes a great deal of sense for us to use our tax dollars and our funds, that our state funds, however they're collected, to spend that money making commercials in an industry that is an anchor industry in the state of California. I know Senator Calderon has a similar bill, and that bill passed the state Senate, and there's no reason why this bill should not move forward as well. This is a good policy and a good bill, and urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and members, Caitlin Vega for the California Labor Federation. I just add we're all aware of the record unemployment, many people falling off of unemployment in the tens of thousands. And the film industry has been particularly hard hit, which is something this legislature has recognized and has tried to promote. This is a simple, straightforward way that makes a lot of sense because we're talking about using state dollars to promote state industries. That should be done here with California workers. Thank you.
Okay. There are a couple of discussions that we'll have. Are there further witnesses in support? Witnesses in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, members, Gary Conover representing Western United Dairymen. Western United is a producer group, much like the state chamber. We represent vast number of dairies throughout the state, both north and south, have about 1,100 dairy families as our members. We represent about 65% of all milk produced in California. We've tried to correct Mr. Broad's statements in the past, indicating that these are tax dollars. They are not tax dollars. I don't think the analysis says they are tax dollars. These are private contributions from private farms in California for the advancement of their own products. The products are benefited from the sale for those that live in California, that live in Arizona, that live in Nevada. The state of California benefits from the sale and the fact that the dairies are allowed to grow in California and produce jobs. But it is private money that's funding these campaigns. The dairy industry has been in economic shambles since October 2008. We've lost about, we think, around $5 billion worth of farm equity. That's $5 billion. We have yet to have 1 month in which we break even since October 2008. Notwithstanding what we believe is the error in policy thought here, not allowing the industry to promote its own campaign as it sees fit will not allow us to get out of the economic doldrums we're in. While California may be in a recession, we're in a deep, deep depression. And we are losing dairy families and jobs every day. And without a competent, intelligent marketing staff that we employ in order to promote these commercials, we are not going to, this is one tool we need to get out of the problem we're having. Private funds, we believe they have federal preemption activity under the Commerce Clause. I know it may not be an issue, but it's something that should be in the record, that these are federally collected monies granted back to the state of California that likely have and do have Commerce Clause preemption protection. For these reasons, we ask you to vote no on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, members, George Soares on behalf of the Alliance of Western Milk Producers. The membership of the Alliance are many of the co-ops in the state that process the milk. We have a concern with the bill, as indicated by Mr. Conover, but I'd like to just take a moment. You've been very patient as a committee to hear this issue, but I want the committee to be aware, if you're not already, that there is already a regulatory scheme in California that deals with marketing orders and commissions. There's 55 of these programs, approximately, that affect 70% of all of California's farm gate receipt. It's a big deal, these programs in California. The way the system works, Mr. Chairman, all of us in this room pay our taxes, as we should. But this program is also made available through the state. It's really an additional tax that people in agriculture pay that want these programs in order to enhance that particular commodity, its marketing, etc. That benefits the growers, the producers. It also benefits the state of California. And if it all works just right, that means people pay more taxes into the general fund. So in its enhancement, it's an industry effort to enhance their particular commodity. So that's what we do. A program does not do marketing and promotion out of state unless it's already been approved by a government entity, the Department of Food and Agriculture. It goes through that process. If the director says no, we don't do it. If the director approves the promotion, then we can do it. So it's not just a casual event that a program would go out of state. Now, I understand and fully respect that everybody's got tough times in California, including those folks who make commercials and the like. And the notion here is not that we should be the winners and somebody else should be the losers. Rather, my focus has been to try to find a way where those who can make commercials in California do, but that we not be deprived when we've been approved by a government agency to go out of state to film a particular commercial because it's the appropriate thing to do. And so the Assembly members, Chief of Staff, met with some of us, and we had a very good meeting, and we've been talking about ideas on how to make that happen. Those ideas are not reflected in this bill. And so as a result, we have this situation where the industry side of this and the state law side of this that already exists is not being addressed, even as we talk about making sure that people in the state produce these commercials.
Let me do something. Hold your point. There was a much smarter politician than I was who once made the claim that, we're all entitled to our own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. Is the money that is paid by, because I've heard two numbers now. I've heard a 65% number, and maybe that was to the dairymen, and a 70% number that referred to the co-ops. How do the 35 and the 30% of the people, respectively, avoid having to pay in?
Well, first of all, the 65% was the membership of the dairy industry that Western United represents.
Right.
The 70% that I cited is are the commodities in California, the farm gate receipt that's affected by these 55 programs. And so we're a $38 billion industry, and about 70% of us are in these types of programs, this self-help type of effort that I've described.
So and the concern, reason I raised it that way is that if it's a tax, then everybody has to pay. How does the 30% avoid having to pay?
Well, Mr. Chairman,
or how does the 35% avoid?
Let me answer that. By the way, George Soares is also a dairyman, so I want to make that he knows what he's talking about. Every dairyman, every dairy family, as you will, that produces milk in California pays into the program.
Okay.
For every 100 pounds of milk, they pay 15 cents to the federal government for collection.
Okay.
10 cents of that 15 cents is granted back to the state for its advertising purposes.
Okay. So let me see if I'm clear. I'm trying to follow the money.
We've probably confused it. Yeah. Follow the money.
Every dairy producer pays a fee on a per gallon basis or per 100 pounds.
Right.
That money goes to the federal government. When the money goes to the federal government and they send it back, to whom do they send it?
To the Department of Food and Agriculture.
Okay,
and the department's obliged to have a qualified program. The federal government must approve their qualified program, and if so, then they can use that 10 cents for various promotion activities.
Okay, so the money that you operate under is technically a grant from the federal government. And it's a grant that you provided the money for.
Well,
right?
I hadn't thought of the word grant to describe, because initially it is an assessment that we pay mandated by state law to the federal government, and then part of it back to us. And so perhaps that's a grant, but I don't think it fits into that category.
Okay, I'm saying, so the state law mandated that you send the federal government money.
Yes, that's how the system works.
All right, and so they send it back to the state, and then the state gives it to you.
Well, no, then the state, then there's a budget, and we're talking dairy now, so then there's a budget, a pool of money, and then a marketing order puts forward a program to the state. This is how we're going to spend the money for promotion. It must be approved by the Department of Food and Agriculture before it can be spent. Sometimes, occasionally, that includes out-of-state activity as part of the promotion effort. But it can only be done, again, if the state approves it.
Okay, let me try this a different way. You filmed a commercial in New Zealand, right?
Yes, a portion of it.
You paid the guy in New Zealand for the commercial work?
Yes.
Whose check was it?
The check was from the California Milk Advisory Board, which is an entity of state government.
Okay, so was that check drafted by the controller and sent and given to the New Zealand, or was it drafted by your association?
Well, it was sent by the Milk Advisory Board with the approval of the Department of Food and Agriculture.
Let me try this again. Whose signature was on the check?
I have to be careful.
The reason I'm saying is that if it was the signature of Mr. Chang, then Mr. Broad is technically correct. If it was the signature of the president of your association, then he's correct.
I don't want to guess before this committee. I do not think the controller issues the checks. I think the Milk Advisory Board does. But in fairness to the analysis, Mr. Chairman, the Milk Advisory Board is a government entity.
Okay. All right. So the reason I'm doing that is because there was a dispute as to the facts, the policy aside. So the two of you now, he said that it wasn't an agency, and you say it is an agency. And the source of the check is what I was going to use as the determining factor.
Let me give you one more fact. It's my understanding that this entire system was challenged by some of these dairymen because they believe it was an infringement of their First Amendment rights in getting assessed and having to do certain things. And then a court said, no, these are public funds. First Amendment doesn't apply to you.
Okay.
Just the mere fact that they're here, they've conceded the point. I mean, this bill says nothing about dairymen. It says public funds. And they pretty much have conceded these are public funds, or else they wouldn't even be here.
Okay, there's another witness in opposition. I just wanted to clear that there's another fact we'll get to, but, sir, go ahead in opposition.
I'll move out of the dairy realm.
Okay.
As Mr. Sori said, there are 55 different programs, dairy being one. I represent some industries that pay into the other programs. For example, today, California Pear Growers and California Cut Flower Commission. Those are two examples. We have some specific issues, and one is just the definition, and I'd like to just, if you don't mind, read the bill quickly. It says for the production of...
We got the bill. Why don't you just tell me what your issue?
Promotional commercial is not defined. And we believe that, let me use the Cut Flower Commission as an example. They have about a $500,000 total budget. That's it. So not this big out of state. They're not run. They will never. I would put my hand on a Bible and say they'll never run a commercial on broadcast TV during the Super Bowl. Okay.
You were doing so well, too.
Yeah. Anyways, well, we were doing it. They will never promote it publicly. What they do participate in are YouTube videos. They may do promotional videos that are a little guerrilla, marketing type, where they go out they have a plan to go out to other cities like Seattle or New York and do man on the street videos, where they'll stick a microphone in front and say, "How do you promote? What do you do when you get, when you want to make your wife happy?" And they'll say, "Get California flowers." So they're doing these on location and trying to get some promotion in that area. Those types of activities would then go on an internet, and that's probably all you'll ever see of them. Or they might go onto a DVD and be part of a press packet. Do a lot of press promotions to get free promotion before Valentine's Day or Mother's Day. Those types of activities would then have to be produced in California. We also may be even promoting into a foreign country. And we think that, and again, this is not only cut flowers, but it might be pears, it might be some other commodity that is actually trying to hit a foreign market. And so we believe if we're trying to hit a foreign market, there might be some cultural issues, there might be some scenes, so whatever that would be appropriate to film in those areas. That would be prohibited by this bill. And so I think there is it's a very short bill, so you got to commend him on that, but it does not cover specific issues of how you would address those. The second thing is the natural extension of this is, and this is more of a macro policy issue, is that we don't require, for instance, on the school lunch program, federal money goes into it and state money goes into it. You prescribe exactly what has to be on the menu. However, we don't prescribe that it has to be California grown. We would love that, frankly, but that's not the way it works. So the natural extension is we should be mandating that schools built with state money use California grown wood. Schools that use state that take money for school lunch programs would have to use California-grown product, and that has not been the state policy. So
that might be coming soon.
Well, fair enough.
And there are actually a couple of bills that talk about preferences for California products that are in the hopper now. So.
And those are even revenue neutral. Like the MAW bill, for instance, is a revenue neutral requirement, just to say if you have a chance, we prefer that. and that has brought up lots of controversial. But this one would require no cost issues. You just have to do it within the state. And those issues, again, we would like to tighten up the definition of commercial no matter what.
Okay.
For all these other promotional activities.
Let me do that. Okay. Let me, Solomon, you get the last word here before we.
Thank you. So just as that these entities, as one of their opposition winners mentioned, these are state entities. They were created by under authority of the Food and Agriculture Code. We could disband them right now. These are set up by the state. Their levies are done with the power of the state. Every dairyman has to give money to this fund. There's no choice. A court has already ruled basically these are public funds. And we're incentivizing an industry that is one of California's competitive advantages. And we're not here incentivizing T-shirts. We're doing the film industry. And for every commercial, the California Film Commission has determined every two-day commercial generates about 96 jobs, provides $1.6 million in economic output just for one commercial. And with that, respectfully request an aye vote. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Committee have questions? Senator Calderon.
Mostly comments. Last year when we were faced with a $60 billion deficit, this legislature passed and the governor signed a groundbreaking piece of legislation, which is a movie production tax credit. It was a $500 million tax credit over 5 years. Pretty much unheard of in a economic recession. That generated approximately $1.1 billion in salaries.
Whose bill was that?
And various. I was co-author, but that's not why I didn't mention my name because I wasn't trying to promote it. But the point I'm trying to make here is that it's generated a lot of jobs, over $1 billion in revenues, in salaries, and over $400 million in tax revenues in just the first $100 million of tax credits. I bring that up because the movie production industry, as well as commercial feature films, television, has moved out of California. They've moved out. It's outsourced. That's the biggest outsourcing activity that's going on right now. People talk about credit card servicing and things like that are being outsourced to other countries. We're outsourcing our, $20 billion a year to out of California. But we needed something drastic in a very tough economic time to bring production back to California, which will provide more jobs to California. So we passed a tax credit. This is important to note because, this. I don't think Mr. Liu is trying to go after your industry because I think you're doing anything wrong. The reason for this bill is that we need more jobs in California. We need more filming jobs. The ancillary revenues that come out of filming is incredible. Catering, cleaners, rentals, you name it. And everybody here is connected by 6 degrees of separation somehow. So, the purpose of this bill is to make the point that, if you can produce it in another country, you could produce a film in California and do it cost effectively and keep the money here and keep the jobs here. That's the point. And I'm going to support this legislation today.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? I'm going to take that as a motion from Senator Calderon. Senator Liu, you get the last word.
Respectfully request an aye vote.
Open the roll.
Wright?
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon?
No.
Harmon, no. Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores? Flores, aye. Negretti McLeod? Oropesa? Padilla?
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland? Yee? Yee, aye. 6-1.
6-1. We'll hold the roll open. That's enough to get out, but we've got members running around the building. Who else do we have present? I see Silverman Hall. I saw Mr. Portantino. Okay. Mr. Hall, you're up. Members, Mr. Hall has file item 12, AB 2193.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for allowing me to present AB 2193, which would extend the gaming moratorium on the issuance of new gambling licenses for card clubs and card rooms for an additional 5 years. This measure is supported by the Cities for Self-Reliance, which includes the cities of Bell Gardens, Commerce, Compton, Gardena, Inglewood, and Hawaiian Gardens. This extension would guarantee that these cities continue to receive a reliable source of revenues for the citizens of the respective communities, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Witnesses in support.
Mr. Chairman and members, I'm Rob Ross. I represent the California Gaming Association, which are 78 of the 91 card clubs in California. This bill will extend the opportunity for our clubs to operate in a viable economic situation, thereby allowing the local governments in the area to continue to receive the monies that they need for their social, business, and economic activities. We ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Chairman and members, Rod Blanian representing the Commerce Club, Hollywood Park Casino, the Lucky Chances, and others in support.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Robert Levy. I'm the Executive Director of the California Cities for Self-Reliance, a joint powers regional government entity. We're one of the sponsors of the bill. And Mr. Chair, as respect to you, you had talked about two major issues when we talked a couple of weeks ago. One is why the moratorium and why now? First, the moratorium to us as local government entities provides a significant level of stability in a very unstable time when it comes to the jobs and the local economy. The car clubs in our region employ almost 9,700 people. In the cities of Inglewood, cities of Hawaiian Gardens, in the cities of Commerce and Compton, it's almost 1,100 employees alone. We have despite this, we have a high rate of unemployment, as you know, in double digits. So we look at the moratorium as an opportunity to create, as I said, stability in a very unstable time. As the question as to why now, which your consultants on your committee have addressed, and I appreciate the issue that they raised. From a local government perspective, it's about bond ratings and debt financing. The longer we can project out a certain level of stable revenue, the better our bond ratings will be and the better our debt service will be. It also goes to the fact that the Speaker's bill that he said about economic development, the Speaker said we need to think short-term and long-term. The governor and the legislature a few years ago and continually have talked about long-term goals of government entities, plans for 3, 5, and 10 years down the road. Our cities are desperately trying to fund public benefit programs. The car clubs allow us that stability to get the debt service to.
But let me again. I mean, and we'll go around. The city of Truckee doesn't have a card club, and they would like to enjoy the same economic development that you're describing that the other cities have. You're saying they shouldn't be able to do that. Because why?
Senator, I've never argued really against anything. I argue for things.
But today you're arguing that the city of Truckee shouldn't have a card club. By arguing for the moratorium, you say they can't have one. So and you argue that if someone else builds one, that it automatically means that your club goes away. Neither one of those are true.
Well, if you look at the way the moratorium is set up, it does create stability at this point in time. I understand your concern that there are probably areas in the state that may be so geographically remote that they don't create challenges, but we haven't addressed that issue. And the key is to address it. When we talked about the moratorium bill before, it was agreed that the legislature needed to do more studies on it before it extended it. We haven't done that. We need to extend it so we can do the study, so we can take into account Truckee and other communities.
So you think the study would take 5 years?
I think the study to do it right is going to take a number of years. We have to
that just means you don't want to do it. I mean, I understand that if I had a club, I wouldn't want anybody else to have one. I'm clear. As a matter of fact, if I built the first one, I'd probably say nobody else could get one because I'd be the only game in town. The argument that you make that the fact that somebody else builds a club means that the other clubs go under, that's specious. Because, I mean, if you build a club and your club doesn't work, or if I build a club and I'm more successful than you, I mean, now what you're promoting is that clubs that are not functioning well should be protected.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I believe that other cities, if they're desirous of getting a club, can ask for an exemption. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
I believe they can ask for a request for an exemption. So I don't think it necessarily prohibits across.
I mentioned Truckee because they tried to get a license and couldn't. They were told there's a moratorium and you can't have one. I mean, again, I mean, we've looked at this. I mean, and we won't, we won't beat it to death. And I mean, there's only one club that's in opposition. The problem just becomes the issue of public policy. I mean, I can fully understand that if I had a card club, I'd want a moratorium forever. But if I didn't have a card club and I'm one of the cities that does not have a card club, I would think that there shouldn't be. You're right. You take that as an amendment. That's the only thing. I mean, and I'm not sure. What, you're right. So
there's more than one way to skin a cat here, Senator.
All right, but okay. Other witnesses in support.
Mr. Chairman, the member Jerry Holiva on behalf of the Bicycle Casino, Ocean's 11 Casino, and Crystal Casino, in strong support of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members, Fred Torr, representing Hawaiian Gardens Casino. We support the bill and ask for your aye vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Witnesses in support.
Mr. Chairman, Josh Pane on behalf of the Morongo Band of Mission Indians in support of this measure.
Okay. I can understand why you'd support it. Some things actually make sense.
My dear Senator, Mr. Wright.
Okay. Witnesses in opposition.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Jeffrey Sinsheimer from Bay 101. We're in opposition. The reasons for our opposition have been well articulated in the analysis. Thank you very much.
Okay. Committee?
I would just simply say that this bill has previously been passed by this committee, so I would ask for an aye vote.
I didn't vote for that one either.
I know, but it was passed.
It did pass, and it got a veto. Are there any other questions from the committee? Mr. Senator Price.
I don't represent any card clubs now, but I certainly have a lot of respect for the excellent job the card clubs are doing in our local communities, and I support the bill. Mr. Chairman, if there's no motion, I'll make it. If there is, I'll vote for it.
I think we had a motion by Senator Flores that was pending. Any further discussion? I know. Again, I raised concerns when we saw the other bill, but I mean, we put it up to a vote and let's let it go. Secretary, call the roll.
Wright?
No.
Wright, no. Harmon?
Aye.
Harmon, aye. Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores? Flores, aye. Negretti McLeod? Oropesa? Padilla?
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland? Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. 6-1.
6-1. That's enough to get out. We'll hold the roll open.
Thank you, my dear Senator.
Okay. I'm consistent, if nothing else, I tell you. I think I saw Ms. Buchanan, Mr. Fiore, okay.
I saw all of you except Mr. Padilla in my committee not 2 hours ago.
I know, that's how this works. Yeah. Item number 4, 1650.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members, first I'd like to move an author's amendment to strike the provision in the bill that requires companies that have had business in the previous 3 years to certify that they don't do business with Iran. That responds to one of the Chamber of Commerce's requests. The analysis also lists a Chamber amendment that we've already moved that implements the bill 90 days from the date that the federal government acts or the law takes effect, whichever is later. So, now, a little background.
Without objection, author's amendments. Okay.
Terrific. Now, to get down to the nitty-gritty here. We are all aware of the peril posed by Iran's reckless effort to obtain nuclear capacity, its ruthless suppression of dissidents, its efforts to export terror around the world, especially to the Middle East. As a consequence of those actions by the nation of Iran, the United States government has been in the lead of a coalition internationally to make it economically very difficult for Iran to continue to go down this path. As you probably are aware, last week, the federal government, both the House and the Senate, passed out of their respective houses a conference committee report that contains a number of provisions to impose sanctions on Iran, and that authorizes states and local governments to pursue their own efforts. And in fact, this bill is modeled on that legislation, in particular efforts to assure that our state does not do business with entities that are engaged meaningfully in Iran's energy sector. So this bill is not only very consistent with federal legislation, it actually derives from it. It was born from conversations that I and others had with members of Congress in Washington, D.C. a year ago. And importantly, the president has said he is going to sign the federal legislation this week. Either today, tomorrow, the next day, this legislation is going to be signed. It is, I think, of some significance that our bill, by coincidence, happens to be voted on in this legislature, in this committee, in the midst of that international effort. So what does this bill do? This bill tracks the federal legislation authorizing states and local governments to do this very thing. The bill says, if you wish to get a state contract in the state of California, you cannot do $20 million or more of business with companies engaged in Iran's energy sector. Very straightforward, and again, modeled on what the federal legislation authorizes states to do precisely. That's the core of the bill. There have been a number of discussions that I have been engaged in personally since November with those who might be opposed to the bill for the better part of a year. I met with the Chamber of Commerce, oil interests, banking and insurance entities in particular, trying to find, at my initiation, ways to assure this legislation can practically be implemented and gain universal support. Now, in the Assembly, this bill had no votes. It was in two policy committees, appropriations on the floor, and it received only aye votes in each of those settings in the form that it is in. I have said to opponents of the bill, there are elements that you have asked for that I will respond to with amendments. In fact, I've already done that. Then the opponents produced another letter saying, well, now our thinking, their word was, has evolved. We have additional changes. The goalpost moved. Notwithstanding that tactic, and all of us here have had experience dealing with opponents in that situation, none of it pleasant, I've said, I'm prepared to engage you on most of what you're seeking now as well. There is one element that I cannot accept because it would render the bill utterly impractical. It would create a press conference as opposed to a bill that works. And that's an element that would require that there be an actual list of companies produced by somebody that would be the list in which California bidders could not invest or do business. Now, such an amendment, I have to say, was tried in a different context 3 years ago. We recall we now have in California a law that says you can't do business with companies in a variety of sectors engaged in Sudan's economy. When that legislation was pending, there was a bill along with it that would have required a list be created of companies with which California bidders could not do business. And that legislation was defeated in Senate appropriations 3 years ago. Now there's an effort to do exactly the same thing. We cannot have the same approach. It would deep six the bill at precisely the time when the world's 8th largest economy is poised to take action consistent with what international leaders are doing, what the president is about to sign. We'd be moving in the opposite direction. That would be horrible for us to do that. In contrast, there are multiple proposals they have made, the opponents have made, that I have said I'm very interested in entertaining. But as we all know, at this point, having already unilaterally made changes responsive to earlier requests, I'm prepared to go down that path to finish, rather than to continue to make additional have additional conversations. So they've raised questions about statute of limitations and due process considerations and so on that you'll hear about, that you'll have letters about. And I've said I'm very open to doing that. Let's finish that. But the list is impractical. The list mirrors an effort that was engaged in 3 years ago that was deep sixed in this House relating to a different nation. We can't do that this time. So very focused conversations. I personally have engaged in these conversations with multiple people in the room many times since November. It's time to finish, just as the President has the pen ready to sign the federal legislation. This House, I hope, will continue the effort that the Assembly has engaged in to act utterly consistently with the federal government has been saying we ought to be doing. And with that, I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Moved as well. The motion's not in order yet. Witnesses in support?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cliff Berg here on behalf of the Jewish Public Affairs Committee. The Jewish Public Affairs Committee is the Sacramento arm of the organized Jewish community throughout California, all of the JCRCs, Jewish agencies, Jewish federations. We urge your support of this bill. I'm sure I do not need to remind you of the litany of horrors that are coming out of Iran, whether it is the repression of their own democratic movement in their own country, the murder of their own citizens, the threat to Israel and the threat to wipe Israel off the face of the earth with a nuclear weapon, the threat to Americans in all the neighboring countries, and Israelis in all the neighboring countries, the threat to our Arab allies, Iran, from terrorism in Argentina to terrorism in Europe to terrorism in Lebanon. You find a terrorist incident in Iran is there, aimed at Israel, aimed at America. This bill is time to send a signal to the Iranian regime that economic sanctions are going to be serious, that the regime needs to change its policy. We urge you to send that signal today in conjunction with the efforts of our President, the efforts of Congress, the efforts of the United Nations. Would urge your support. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is Sam Yebri, president of 30 Years After, an Iranian-American Jewish civic organization. The Iranian-American community in California numbers in the hundreds of thousands, and in Los Angeles alone is the largest community of Iranians anywhere in the world outside of Tehran. 30 Years After and its thousands of members strongly support this bill because it helps ensure that California taxpayer dollars do not subsidize and support the Iranian regime's suppression of its own people, its efforts to acquire nuclear weapons, and its global terrorist activities. This legislation would force companies to choose to do business either with the state of California or with Iran's rogue regime. Based on the Iranian-American community's contacts with our family and friends in Iran, we know and we believe that the Iranian people are hungry and eager for the American people, the American leaders, to stand beside them in their struggle for freedom and to punish corporations that are profiting directly from the terrorist activities of the Iranian government. This conclusion is buttressed by the statements and slogans of the Iranian people who are asking President Obama and international leaders to stand by them today. Finally, California can have an important catalytic role in prompting similar legislation in other states to help the Iranian people find freedom and prevent the Iranian regime from acquiring nuclear weapons. Thank you, and we urge an aye vote.
Maxine Mantell on behalf of the City of West Hollywood in support of this legislation.
Thank you.
Sylvia Solis Shaw on behalf of the City of Los Angeles in support.
Timothy Griffiths. I'm with Survivors of Torture International. We provide torture treatment services to survivors of international torture living in San Diego County. And because we see firsthand the consequences of torture amongst those who have fled from countries where torture is practiced, including the nation of Iran presently, we feel it is incumbent upon us to also speak out and lift our voice against and seek the abolition of torture in places where it's taking place. We do have clients currently who have fled the torture taking place in Iran presently, and for that reason we are in support of this measure. We thank Assemblymember Fuhrer for presenting it, and appreciate also the support of our local assembly members Block and Anderson.
Okay.
And urge your aye vote.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Steve Culver on behalf of the Board of Supervisors of Los Angeles County in support. Thank you.
Is there any opposition? Seeing none, I think I heard a motion from. Oh, okay. You got to move around it. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Gene Urban. I'm here today on behalf of the California Chamber of Commerce. At the outset, I want to say that we have no objection whatsoever to the underlying and central purpose of the bill. All we want to do is make sure it works. We think the worst outcome would be an unmanageable situation in which we become entangled in litigation. The congressional statute that will be signed shortly, I'm informed, expresses the sense of Congress that innocent companies not be erroneously targeted. That is our principal concern. We have adopted two approaches that we have given to Mr. Fuhr. One is a series of amendments. The other is a list. If you adopt a list, you ameliorate the need for a lot of the other amendments. If you don't adopt a list, the other amendments become much more important. With regard to the list, I understand the author's reluctance to accept it. It is not our intent to defeat the bill in Appropriations Committee. We would all stipulate to that here today publicly. We would support it. We will go so far as to pay for it privately in such a manner that every time someone logged on to the list compiled by DGS for purposes of discussion, they would pay a small stipend so that the list would be paid for by the people who are bidding on state contracts. We could devise it in such a way that it would be readily accessible, easily confirmed, and not cost the state anything. It is not our intention to frustrate the purpose of the bill by asking for a list. Our intent is precision. Under the bill, we are subject to severe penalties, about which we really don't have any dispute, for a false certification. The problem is the indirect investment. It's a $20 million threshold. That's not a lot of money. Let's be honest. In global economics, that's not a lot of money. We have lots of very large entities, insurance companies, banks, others. $20 million it's not a lot of money. They invest deferred compensation. They help underwrite the loans, the billions of dollars of loans that the state has to make. We need your help and your guidance to make sure this thing works. If we can't do a list, we have a series of other issues. For example, who can sue? Will you be sued by third parties? For example, if LA Unified awards a deferred compensation management contract to some insurance company for 5 years, can the city of West Hollywood sue because they think the insurance company has a $20 million investment? Or can only the awarding entity contest the validity of your certification? It's a serious problem. How many times could you be sued by an unknown third party? City of West Hollywood sues, then the city of LA sues, a private entity sues, all well motivated. I'm not contesting their motivations, but how many times can a bidding entity sustain a lawsuit? We have asked for deletion of the 3-year look-back period. I believe you've agreed to that, but it's still in the bill.
Moved it today.
Okay, I apologize. I couldn't hear from the back of the room. We also want a statute of limitations. This contract provides to both services and goods. Mr. Chairman, if you sell someone a truck, how long do you have to wait before you know you can't be sued because you may have had an illegal investment in the energy sector in Iran? It applies to every single contract in the state of California by any public entity, the smallest mosquito abatement district up to CalPERS and CalSTRS. There has to be some balance, some judgment. All we're asking for is the opportunity to sit down and walk through this bill and make it manageable. There are other concerns. The due process provisions of the bill just don't read correctly. You can be sued before you've had an opportunity to comment. That seems to me to just be profoundly unfair. Who can sue you? Is it the awarding entity, or is it the public prosecutors, or is it a private third party?
Okay, hold up. Let me don't leave.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me go to the other witness.
Ted Angelo with the Association of California Life and Health Insurance Companies. And again, we have been meeting with Assemblymember Fewer, and we appreciate in those meetings that we've made progress towards identifying a number of the concerns that Mr. Urban's been highlighting for you. But we do have a desire to have a specific point of reference and some certainty that a list provides. Other entities, like the Office of Foreign Assets Control, CalPERS has developed a list for their divestment. The Department of Insurance has developed a list. We are willing to put forward a funding mechanism to make sure it's not cost prohibitive, to give us the certainty that we need. So with that, we would remove our opposed position if it were amended to incorporate a mechanism like that, and we're willing to work with the author on that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Alex Alanis with the California Bankers Association. We, too, have an opposed unless amended position. Same thing that was reiterated or that was stated by Mr. Urban about certainty. We just need to have certainty. We believe that a list or some objective list that lets us know that we are in compliance would satisfy our needs.
Let me ask a question, and I've heard this twice. I mean, the bill, while we've discussed the energy sector, the bill extends to any business done. So it's not just energy.
No. It extends to the energy sector and pertains to supplying like oil tankers. It also pertains to insuring or investing in the energy sector, but it is specific only to the energy sector. The Sudan legislation that we've already made law is much broader and pertains to energy and minerals and everything else, but not this bill.
Okay, so
energy.
It is specifically energy. Okay,
That's
I want to make that clear because I've heard discussions about insurance and other things. Right. The other thing that I guess, and I'm trying to understand, is if someone were doing business with the state would opt not to do business with that company. Or so if that person say it's Acme Oil. Acme Oil has a contract with General Services to provide fuel. Okay, we conclude that they purchase an amount of fuel from Iran. Okay, so they lose the contract. Are they also what are they liable for?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Because I've heard that now a couple of times.
So first, the minimum threshold is a $20 million investment.
Okay.
Having said that, the bill only is prospective. So any existing contracts, in fact, any contracts entered into up until 90 days after the bill takes effect in January, completely unaffected by the legislation. It's only prospective. So
let me make sure, and I'm probably inartfully asking questions. So I've heard a couple of times that people would be sued. Okay. Would they be sued for having to relinquish the contract, or do they incur liability in excess of what the contract is?
Let me walk through. It's a great question. Let me walk through the way it works. So again, to be really clear, no existing contract or contract that's entered into up through March of next year would be affected in any way by the legislation.
Okay.
So contracts where the DGS, for example, lets a bid out in April of next year. Bidders compete. Under the legislation, they merely have to certify that they're not doing the offending business, and that's the end of it. Unless, and the standard in the bill, which comes from federal law, unless there is credible information available to the general public that emerges that would lead, say, DGS to say, well, wait a second, you have a contract now, but you appear to have this investment. Under the bill, they have 90 days to cure the problem, because the bill is not designed to create lawsuits. The bill is designed to change behavior. So there's a 90-day period in which you can cease the investment. There is also in the bill a penalty for falsely certifying. Now, I've said to the opponents many times that I'm prepared to import into the bill protections for business that don't exist under the federal scheme at all, additional things beyond what the feds have said we should do. Among them would be a due diligence standard. Due diligence is a standard well familiar to business. It appears apparently 138 times. I check with Ed Council and California statute, used all the time. You do some due diligence, you certify, and that's the end. You do get a chance, and Mr. Urban said, gee, we should refine the due process provisions in the bill just to be sure that there's an opportunity to be heard. I talked to Ledge Council. They think it's already there, but I've already talked to them, just to be clear, to say, well, let's do some belt and suspenders. Let's be sure that there are due process provisions that are very clear in the bill. Mr. Urban said something that I think is really important for the committee to hear, because it's something that is correct. He said that he's proposed, and these meetings I've had that have had the proposal, either do a list, which I think is not workable, or go down this alternative list of amendments. We need at least most of these. What I will say here, I've said at least in 2 meetings to opponents, which is, fine, let's go through the amendments that you're seeking that are other than the list, because most of these I'm prepared to accept. But we just can't keep moving the ball. Now, so, for example, we're the chamber today to say, we'll be fine if you say there should be due process provisions, statute of limitations provisions, implement the bill only when the feds have moved, or you've done that. I've taken that unilaterally today, a minimum contact threshold, and I would add due diligence, so it makes it even easier to comply. I'd say we can do that. I would commit to that right now. I've just been waiting for someone to say, this is our final list of things. If we do this, we're done. Okay. But I wanted to say this publicly to give you a sense of how flexible I intend to be. They're giving you this list. All but one thing, basically, is in play. So I would commit right now to do everything I just mentioned and take amendments and appropriations.
Okay. Okay. Let me hold a second. The exposure that the company would have in a lawsuit would be for the contract itself, or are there additional? I mean, what is the?
Here's what's at stake.
And I'm just trying to understand. Okay.
Very, very good question. So if you falsely certify, you could be liable for, either through the AG or through a public prosecutor, liable for a $250,000 fine, or at most an amount equal to double what the contract is. That's the range from one of those entities. If you are in violation of the law, you also could be barred from getting a contract for 3 years, and you could be forbidden. The contract that you have could be unwound if you have falsely certified this. Those are the 3 penalties. The contract, you're barred in the future, and there's money involved. Let me speak to one other item that Mr. Urban referred to, and I do appreciate the specificity of this conversation. So he said we're concerned about collateral lawsuits. And as a committee, let me just tell you what I've said to them privately. On the one hand, this is not a bill designed to fuel private lawsuits. But I said to the chamber, for example, frequently when I work with business says we want to advantage the good guys and we don't want to advantage the rogues. So people play by the rules should be able to win. The lawsuit that could emerge would be someone who's playing by the rules, saying, the company of Calderon is violating this, and we have to, they shouldn't be allowed to bid. Well, why should that company be at an advantage because they violated the rules? So let someone sue to say, hey, that's not fair. I'm a bidder. I should be doing it right. Now, the chamber, to my surprise, said, well, we actually don't want that. We don't want to give companies that might be playing by the rules the opportunity to challenge those who may not be, because we're concerned that people may bring lawsuits inappropriately.
Let me pose that question. Mr. Calderon and Mr. Price, I'll come right back to you.
Yeah. But that's the way that dynamic has gone.
But to his point, I want to make clear. So let's suppose that the state of California, through the Attorney General, now would this be a third-party private right of action, or would the Attorney General do the suit?
The bill is silent regarding third parties. The bill only, and what the opponents want is an explicit prohibition on someone besides a public entity to bring an action. And I have been reluctant to include that because I don't want bad guys to get off because public prosecutors are too busy or unaware. I want to let the good guys who are playing appropriately challenge that.
Okay. To his other point, so let's say I'm a company and I end up violating the law, be it inadvertent or not, but I did it. How many times could I get sued for the same violation?
Okay, fair enough. If you violate under the bill, the only provisions explicitly in the bill have to do with civil penalties of either $250,000 or double the contract, and again, you're barred from contracting. Those are the remedies that are in the bill right now.
But to his point, so I violated. So could I be sued by Sacramento, L.A., West Hollywood, West Covina, and San Diego? for the same violation?
There would be the penalty. There'd be only one penalty. Presumably, if I were a judge and multiple lawsuits were brought by this, you would consolidate the lawsuits into one action. It'd be one thing.
Okay, but again, I'm not a lawyer.
The law doesn't. The bill doesn't speak to this at all.
So conceivably, then my fine could be $250,000 times 20.
No. There's a limit. This is what it is. This is why a judge would aggregate such lawsuits if they were to occur in that situation.
But is the bill clear that, irrespective of the number of people who filed, the
penalties are one-time thing.
The penalty is a one-time.
For what it's worth, the bill doesn't say that one way or the other, and I'm happy to have the bill say that.
But you understand what I'm saying? I mean, if everybody piled on, if we found out that Acme Oil Company was guilty, then hell, I might sue them myself for $250 if I could just get a piece of the action. I mean,
fair enough. Which, by the way, is a reason why I want you to always be in office, so you can't actually do that as a private guy. But let me say, but seriously, if you wanted to import into the statute a provision that says a company is only liable for the penalties that are delineated in the bill, rather than 20 times those penalties, that's okay.
I'm just saying, it just wasn't clear. I mean, Mr. Senator Price, or was it Senator Calderon? I'm sorry.
Three of us. I'll lead off. First of all,
go ahead.
Yeah, I support this bill. I think it certainly is consistent with other actions we've taken regarding Sudan, South Africa. I think it's been a very positive model. The author certainly has been willing, I think, to make concessions that make the bill more workable, that go to changing the habit, as he said. And it sounds that he's willing to make a number of the concessions that have been raised. So I'm prepared to support it. I think it's obviously it mirrors federal legislation that's coming down the hatch that the president will sign. I think California certainly will maintain its position of leadership on this issue by supporting it, and I'm prepared to do so. And we'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, when that's appropriate.
We'll hold the motion for a second.
Thank you.
Senator,
deferring to me.
You're before me, and then I'll vote.
To Mr. Fear, one thing that I realize about the business community is that they want predictability and they want certainty. And in the course of the opposition's presentation, they've consistently indicated that they're not interested in either torpedoing the bill or to do any harm to the bill. But what they want to do is to be able to honestly comply with the bill. And so that's where the predictability comes in and certainty comes in. And I think all of the presenters indicated about at least giving them or having available, and it's yet to be determined as to what list that may be or where that may come from. Now, you have indicated that that's not workable.
Correct.
And can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. First, let me describe one of the dialogues I had with opponents leading up to today. One of the opponents, I referred to the Sudan legislation, which is in place now, for which there is no list. As I said, an attempt to make a list requirement in that bill was defeated in this House. So the bill went forward, no list. One of the opponents said, yeah, so what we've done now, we have Sudan-free funds in which we invest. I said, yeah, that's exactly the point. That bill incentivized you, without any list, to create funds where your fund managers say this is free of Sudan-related investments. That is exactly the change in behavior this bill is designed to effectuate. And again, the Sudan bill, no list. They figured it out. Now, for purposes of this bill, it's one thing for me seeking to bid on a contract with the state of California to say to you, with whom I do business, the company of Yi, do you have any business in Iran's energy sector? You say no, yes or no, whatever it is. That's a manageable inquiry. What is not manageable, and if you read the analysis of the Senate Appropriations Committee when the Sudan bill regarding the list came forward, they say this. What's not manageable is how do you figure out from zero in the world, if you got $1 million as a contract today, how would you figure out which companies might have some business of some kind in Iran's energy sector in the abstract? That's my problem, is that it is an abstract exercise that is not set up to succeed in any meaningful way. The business community could do this for Sudan. They created in Sudan free funds. Very cool. for this purpose, for this bill, starting from scratch. And by the way, if you went to create a list, it could change every day. The list wouldn't be static because investments change momentarily over time. Why would we want to create that situation? Who's going to monitor that list to make sure it's updated? If they've been talking about funding it themselves, who would actually create this? Does DGS have the capacity to do this? They're going to contract this out to third parties. Well, would the state of California want to say that without expending resources of our own, we're going to validate the third party's production of this list? Because after all, if you are funding a list and you're the company of X providing funds for this, you get what you pay for. Why would we want to create reliance on a list that could be artificially narrow? There are multiple reasons why the list is designed. I take the opponents at their word. They're not trying to deep six the bill, but for all good intentions, in practice, the list is designed to make the bill fail. It'll be a good press conference, and it'll be a meaningless piece of legislation. That is the antithesis of how we should be doing business here. They could do it for Sudan free funds. They can do it here.
Mr. Chair, just for my information, I think the opponent would like to at least enlighten me about, I think, what's been... No.
I'd like to hear him respond to before
I just have two brief comments. One remark that Mr. Fuhr made demonstrates the problem. He said the list could change every day. Well, exactly. If you have multi-billion-dollar investments, because you're an insurance company and you invest worldwide to diversify so you can pay claims when they come, on any given day, does it slop over from 20 to 25 million? And at what moment in time do you certify it? Or do you have an ongoing obligation every single day for the life of a 5-year contract to make sure that on day 365 it didn't? And if it did, who sues you, under what circumstances, for how long? And then lastly, the Sudan is limited to the state only. This applies to the myriad of local and regional governments. They are not as sophisticated as they need a list. Okay. The people who bid on those projects and services need a list to be able to certify that they're not doing it falsely.
Mr. Chair, two very brief responses, really important, real fast. The first response, as I said to the opponents when we've had this conversation in groups privately at least twice, as I said to them before, the bill does not require an ongoing monitoring currently by the company that's bidding. There's a date on which they certify. That is the date frozen in time by which that certification has to be accurate. If there's credible information available to the general public, that's the standard, pretty lenient standard. If that's out there subsequent to the certification, they have 90 days to cure if a problem is found. So the issue of every day having to certify, a complete non-issue. It ends the date that the certification is submitted. Now, when let me actually pause right there because I want to be sure that there's a responsiveness to what's being said.
Thank you. Two questions. The first one is just a hypothetical, but very possibly can happen. You have several bidders. One bidder certifies. Yeah, he's legal. And he gets awarded the contract. The other bidder's little sour grapes, so they make a call into DGS. Maybe it's anonymous, and they say, the Alpha company that you just gave the contract to committed fraud because they do conduct business with Iran, with the energy sector. What happens?
Okay. It depends if DGS feels it's credible information or not. For what it's worth, the same dynamic could exist now with PERS investments in Iran, precluded from doing so. South Africa, we did that. Same dynamic could have occurred then. It's a problem that exists with Sudan, with South Africa, with the existing Iran prohibitions. The state goes on. We figured out a way to deal with that issue. It appears not to have been a major problem for all those years. South Africa dates back, 25, 30 years? So we figured out a way to live with that issue. One thing that Mr. Urban said that I do want to add a voice to is, he said, how do we deal with the small jurisdictions? I want to be sure that I'm clear because I've stated this before today. I stated it in this hearing, and I've said it privately to the opponents. More than prepared to set a minimum contract threshold. They proposed $1 million. That's fine, beneath which the bill would not pertain. Trying to be flexible here.
I'd like to add something here as the joint author of the bill. And first, I want to apologize. I was presenting in another committee, so I'm a little bit late here. So I'm not going to go through my statement or anything.
We took your name off as a joint.
Oh, all right. Well, then I'll take off.
I have one more question.
But it's real important to realize U.S. companies are already prohibited from investing in the Iranian oil sector, petroleum sector. We're talking about foreign companies that have investments of $20 million or more, and we're talking about there is a question here about competitiveness, and why should we be allowing the foreign companies to be able to have, to be able to invest at all? We can't control that, so we are setting this threshold. $20 million is a lot of money. People know where that's coming from, but it's important to realize. And I don't know if you've already touched on the distinction between U.S. companies that are prohibited and what we're really dealing with here. I just think that's important when you're thinking and you're getting your head around, well, who is being impacted by this, to realize what we're talking about.
Okay, Senator Calderon?
Yeah, the last question I had, again, getting back to the list issue, and I fundamentally understand why you don't believe it works after the explanation you just gave. But I wanted to either bring to your attention or get a comment from you in regards to the Paul Corrett's bill. It was AB 2941 back in May of 2006, dealt with the Sudan issue as far as CalPERS and CalSTRS making investments and so forth. And the issue of a list came up there. The argument that it's probably not going to get out of appropriations because of the cost involved, and it's just not practical and so forth, came up. But in actuality, I believe PERS scored it at a very low score, like $75,000 to $125,000, and the bill was passed out of committee with the list requirement in it, and a third party to be paid by CalPERS and CalSTRS to maintain that list and provide the list. I mean, it's been done under a smaller scenario, but it can be done. I just want to get your comment to that.
Sure. I'm actually not familiar with what happened regarding that bill, but I am familiar, as I said, with a more recent piece of legislation, and I have in my hand the Senate Appropriations Committee analysis from 1089, which was AB 1089, which was legislation in 2007, and it tears apart the idea of a list. I mean, in 2 pages or so of single-space type. It raises multiple questions, and then the bill got killed in appropriations in 2007. So I don't know what happened before 2007, but I know what happened in 2007 with the precise proposal. And by the way, the opponents have said, well, geez, the Sudan thing is much more narrow than this bill. Well, if this got killed in appropriations with a more narrow bill, goodness knows what would happen with a broader bill. But again, fundamentally, in addition to the concern about appropriations, fundamentally, folks have found a way to live with these other sanctions previously, list-free, and they create the funds that we want them to that are free of the offending investments for a reason. I remain very flexible on the other points, Mr. Chair. And as Mr. Urban said, if not a list, these amendments, let's go through the amendments.
Okay, let's try something because we
yes. Can I make a comment?
Hold on. Give me just a second.
Please.
Don't leave, Senator Yee. We've discussed due diligence, which would supplant the need for the list, because we would then create a due diligence standard that the person followed to accommodate that. We've discussed a due process provision by which the person would comply and would have recourse as the went forward. On page 6, was it line 20 through 22, ending in the word states, that was another amendment that we were talking about deleting those 2 lines and then the word states. Correct. We've discussed a single penalty so that in the event you got sued, that the person wouldn't get sued by every one of the cities and have to pay multiple fines. We've also discussed that the penalty would be for a date and time, so that if I signed a contract on June 23rd and subsequent to my contract in August 15th of 2012, and I've got a 5-year contract, but they say, wow, that your business is now doing business, and I mean, to Mr. Urban's point,
Yeah.
I acquired a fund in June of 2010, and subsequent to that, I discover, we now have a piece of business over here. Well, sometimes the cure, liquidating the fund, that may occur. I mean, I know
The bill does that already, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we've got that in. The other thing I want to make sure I'm clear about, and I'm going to go back to Senator Yee, and I didn't mean to drag this out this long.
No.
Particularly when you're dealing with oil, notwithstanding the financial parts, it's often pooled, so that a tanker that arrives at Savannah Harbor could well, in fact, have oil that came out of a pool of oil that left through the Strait of Hormuz. And half the oil came from the Saudis, but half the oil came from Iran, and it was booked through a broker who was in Yemen, so that you had no way of knowing when you bought your oil from the Yemen broker where he got it from, because the oil that showed up that day was pooled. I mean, they don't actually, particularly in the Middle East, they don't say this is this guy's oil, that guy's oil, that guy's oil. It basically gets pooled. And so the broker who bought the oil that day is not fully in control of who took the oil from where that day. And the broker may pay off a number of people, and you don't. I mean, it's kind of like the joke we do around here when people say, I got green electricity. Well, when you plug into the grid, you don't know where the electricity came from. You just know your lights work. But that electricity could have come from a coal mine in Utah or a wind turbine in the Altamont Pass. So, and there's no way to determine where it came from once you get there. So the due diligence should cover that, but I want to be clear that
due diligence should cover that, and in the event that after the due diligence was engaged in, there is some publicly available, credible information standard in the bill that says that there was a problem. The companies have a 90-day period in which to cure, and as we said, I'm more than happy to be sure that there is specific language that says you have an opportunity to challenge the determination if you think it's wrong.
But in that scenario that I gave you, for example, you could create a scenario where for a 30-day period, all the oil that came through the Strait of Hormuz had Iranian oil in it. And you'd have no way of knowing that, because you don't get to control what feeds into what makes it onto the ship.
If you've engaged in due diligence to determine the source of your oil, that's enough.
Right. You know what I'm saying? But you bought it from a broker who says, I'm getting it from the Middle East, but the guy in the Middle East doesn't have the same restrictions. And so the oil pipeline from Saudi Arabia was short that day, and what flowed into the ship that brought the crude oil here was actually in part Iranian. You didn't buy it from Iran. You bought it from the guy in Yemen, and he bought it from the guy in Iran, and you don't know where he wrote the check to, because you just wrote it to him. Right. So he wouldn't be.
But your point, yeah.
I got. So if we look at those, we don't need to do anything there. That one's covered. So the other thing that you mentioned was a minimum of $1 million, a threshold to the.
Correct. Then that's fine.
Okay. I mean, we don't need to take all those here, but I think.
No, I would take them in appropriations.
Okay. If we do those in appropriations, Mr. Urban, I think that covers most of the things that you raised. We're not doing the list, but the due diligence would cover the list, so we don't need to do that. I think, frankly, the due diligence would be better because it's dynamic and the list would be somewhat static. So I think that the due diligence, the due process works for you. The issue on page 6, I think, works for you. The single penalty was something that you raised. I think the authors covered that. We've looked at the timing of the business so that it would be at a date and time in terms of the exposure that the business would have. And we've taken a minimum in terms of the $1 million with respect to some of the locals. So I think that we're clear there. These are not objections from the author, so we'll do those in appropriations. Senator Yee.
Good.
Okay. Senator Calderon.
Just a point of clarification, the Corretz bill did become law, and there is a list. In fact, someone referred to it earlier today.
Okay, we've got a motion, I think, from Senator Flores.
Delighted with the chair's efforts. Urge an aye vote.
Okay.
Take one amendment.
We've got the amendments. We've got one amendment that we got here that you presented as an author's amendment. The others we'll do in appropriations without objection. As amended, call the roll.
Wright?
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon? Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores?
Aye.
Flores, aye. Negrete McLeod? Oropeza? Padilla?
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Price? Wyland? Yee. Yee,
Mr.
aye.
Chair, colleagues, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Currently, it's five.
That's five, and no one. Well, the other people, they're probably in your Judiciary Committee waiting to come back. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Assemblywoman Buchanan. Okay, so we'll be through quick because there's other ones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. I appreciate the opportunity to present AB 2390. AB 2390 moves up the time when contractors and subcontractors for public works projects must provide their current license number and proof of workers' compensation insurance by requiring the information to be provided at the time the bid is placed, and within 5 days the information for the subcontractors listed on the bid. Unfortunately, today's tough economic environment, too many contractors are bidding on jobs in areas where they have no prior experience, and too many are bidding without current contractor's license or workers' compensation insurance. Then if they are awarded the bid, they scramble to update their license and or workers' comp coverage. One must question the legitimacy of these bids, of the bids from these companies, and as you know, public agencies must take the
I'm
low
going to
bid.
do something that we do here. Mr. Calderon moves. Let me ask, is there any opposition to AB 2390 from Ms. Buchanan? Okay. Mr. Calderon moves. Okay, there. You know what? Keep going. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you. Public agencies must take the low bid. If the bid is not based on realistic data, change orders and delays in construction follow, leading to increased costs for the projects and the public agencies. This bill represents a step forward in obtaining realistic bids by requiring all respondents to provide current contractor's license and workers' comp insurance numbers with their bid submittals, helping to level the playing field for legitimate contractors and workers. The bill is sponsored by the California State Council of Laborers and has the support of many other organizations. In addition, we have worked with associate general contractors to address their concerns, and they are now in support of the bill. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Committee Patrick Henry on behalf of the California State Council of Labor is the sponsor of the legislation. I'll be very brief. In Department of Insurance in the state estimates there's over $11.5 billion of workers' comp fraud annually. I want to thank Assemblywoman Buchanan as well as legislative staff of this committee and her staff in working in a collaborative effort so that we can address some of the concerns of the state's contractors and correcting some of the problems that they perceive. I believe that we've addressed all of these, and with that, we're hopeful that we can garner your support. Everything that's asked for in the bill are all things that a contractor should be able to provide as a condition of their license. Already, this just provides all the information in one condensed place for an awarding agency and the public to view. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members, Dave Ackerman representing the Associated General Contractors. We've worked out amendments. The amended version of the bill is acceptable to AGC and removes the problems we would have at bid time of verifying. So we get some time. We get 5 days following bid to verify. Every contractor in the state who has a license, as long as they have employees, are required to carry workers' compensation. And this just makes sure that that is verified at the time of bid. We support the bill and ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Chairman, members, Eddie Bernanke on behalf of the National Electrical Contractors Association, the California Legislative Conference of the Plumbing, Heating, and Piping Industry. We'd like to publicly thank the Assemblyman Buchanan and the sponsors for working with the industry to make this bill feasible for the contractors actually performing the public works projects, and we'd urge your aye vote. Thank you.
Chair, members, Cesar Diaz on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council, also in strong support.
Witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, I've got a motion from Senator Calderon. Ms. Buchanan, you can close.
I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Sorry about
That's okay.
the howling here. Open the roll.
Wright?
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon? Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores?
Aye.
Flores, aye. Negretti McLeod? Oropeza? Padilla? Price? Wyland? Yee.
That's 3. We'll leave the roll open for other votes, and we need 6 to get out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your support.
And I see Mr. Portantino.
Yeah.
Mr. Portantino, members, Mr. Portantino has item 18, 2596, gaming licenses. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. AB 2596 seeks to increase flexibility for the California Gambling Control Commission as it approves license applications. The 5 key provisions put into place by AB 2596 will provide simple statutory changes that will allow for a more efficient license renewal procedure and give the CGCC additional enforcement capabilities. Specifically, the bill allows the Commission to extend an owner's license for up to 180 days if the Commission falls behind in processing
Hold
renewals.
up. Let me,
yes, sir.
Don't leave. Witnesses in support?
Mr. Chairman and members, Rod Blaney on behalf of the Commerce Club, Hollywood Park, and the Village Club in support.
Witnesses in opposition? Okay. Seeing been moved by Senator Harmon.
I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Call the roll.
Wright?
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon?
Aye.
Harmon, aye. Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores?
Aye.
Flores, aye. Negretti McLeod? Oropeza? Padilla? Price? Wyland? Yee. Has 4 votes.
It's got 4. We'll leave the roll open, and we'll get 2 more when we get more folk back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do we have other? Mr. Tirico. Okay. That's interesting.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. AB 846 would require specified agencies administering environmental health and workplace safety laws to update their penalties to account for inflation. In many instances, some of these penalties have not been adjusted for 25 to 30 years. As you know, at the urging of yourself, Mr. Chairman, and your staff and other members of the committee, we have worked with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District and others to address concerns and have amended the bill on numerous occasions. We've dropped the economic benefit portion of the legislation. In addition, there were concerns that were raised regarding a conflict with SB 1433 by Senator Leno dealing with air district penalty inflation adjustments. The bill has also been amended to deal with those. I do have late-breaking amendments that deal with the air district violations. Mr. Chairman, I have copies here. I'm happy to adopt those in committee this afternoon, or we can adopt them at the next stop. Whatever at your pleasure, sir.
We'll have the sergeant get those from you. They'll be taken as author's amendments without objection. Other witnesses in support?
Good morning, Mr. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Avinash Kar. I'm an attorney with the health program at the Natural Resources Defense Council. We are sponsoring AB 846. A 2008 NRDC report showed continuing noncompliance with environmental health and workplace safety laws. For example, about 1 in 12 regulated facilities violated water pollution laws. AB 846 acts on part of one of the 6 recommendations in the report to improve compliance with these laws. As Assemblyman Tirico described, AB 846 as amended takes a step to address the problem by requiring penalties for environmental workplace safety laws to be updated in 2011 and every 4 years thereafter, to ensure that maximum and minimum penalties keep pace with inflation and stay constant in real dollars. AB 846 would help ensure that the penalties imposed adequately protect the environment and the health and safety of Californians, and that law-abiding businesses face an even playing field. Therefore, we support AB 846 and urge aye vote.
Okay. Other witnesses in support?
Mr. Chair and members, Caitlin Vega for the California Labor Federation. We agree that when penalties don't keep pace with inflation, there just is not enough of a financial disincentive for violating the law. And that's bad for workers when workplace hazards are not addressed. And it's bad for responsible employers who are trying to follow the law and protect their employees. So that's why we're here in support.
Mr. Chair, members, Cesar Diaz on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council. Construction industry is one of the most hazardous industries that our state has. This bill will help address the workplace safety issues that we incur every single day on the work site. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members, Shane Gussman on behalf of the Teamsters, United Food and Commercial Workers, Unite Here, and the Machinists in support.
Other witnesses in support? In between, opposition?
In between, Tom Addison with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, here to thank the author for the amendments that he's taken and to let the committee know that the Bay Area is now neutral on the bill.
Okay, thank you. Opposition?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Robert Callahan with the California Chamber of Commerce here in strong opposition. We consider this bill a job killer bill because we do believe it will result in significant increases for the cost of doing business here in California. The combined effect of the inflation and rounding scheme found in the bill currently will result in very significant penalty increases. As we recently discovered when we ran the numbers on the water code section of the bill, there's a document being passed around to you right now that kind of shows what these increases will be across the board. After adjusting for CPI and using the rounding factors, we found penalty increases in the tens of thousands of dollars. For example, the maximum penalty found in Water Code Section 13265 subsection D2 would increase from its current $25,000 per day maximum to $55,000 per day. That's a $30,000 increase. We found another $30,000 increase in Section 13268 and a $25,000 per day increase in Water Code Section 13385. What is the justification for these penalty increases? No one is talking about the specifics of any of these particular laws here today, such as the compliance record and relevant enforcement data for Water Code Section 13261 that would justify raising its maximum penalties another $20,000 per violation. Rather, in one broad stroke, we're here proposing to treat a myriad of environmental, health, and safety laws as deficient due to inflation, and proposing an arbitrary CPI rounding scheme to act as some sort of cure-all for that. We're talking about numerous laws enforced across now 5 governmental entities affecting tens of thousands of businesses across the state to justify these increases as a result of inflation. We don't believe that this is good policy making. The sponsored study itself talks about penalty assessments being too low. In other words, enforcement agencies are not consistently maxing out penalties against violators. But there are a variety of legitimate, important reasons that enforcers choose to use discretion and not maximize penalties for every violation. The sponsored study even admits that it did not look at the seriousness of violations involved that it reviewed, but as a result, it cannot draw any conclusions about the adequacy of the penalties. Maximum penalties aren't the only issue here either. Increases in minimum penalties are a serious concern in this bill as well. In fact, one of your colleagues, Senator Duchesne, is carrying a bill this year to fix a problem where mandatory minimum civil penalties found in the Water Code had almost bankrupted entities who had failed to file monitoring reports stating that they had no waste discharge. Not knowing of the need to report, and after 3 years, this mandatory fine aggregated to well over $500,000. That same penalty in Water Code Section 13385, which is a mandatory minimum penalty, would be raised $1,000 under the provisions of this bill. How will that higher mandatory minimum assessment affect operation of other entities who may inadvertently or innocently get caught up in reporting violations? We don't have the answers to these questions. We don't know all the potential consequences of this bill, given that it is an extremely broad in scope. But that is kind of the point for us here today, is that this bill is so broad that we think the committee deserves to know exactly what the penalty increases will be across these 4 or 5 governmental entities. We've only had time to analyze what the penalties will be, the maximum increases under the Water Code section. There's 4 other areas that will be affected as well. Again, in light of the economic situation and the fact that we don't believe the study really shows that it's the maximum penalty caps that are the problem, we don't believe that this is good policy, and we continue to oppose the bill. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. Tony Francois for the Western States Petroleum Association and for Wine Institute. I wanted to, before I start, is the committee limiting to just 2 witnesses? Because I want to make sure that Mr. Dillon also has a chance to make comments substantively.
We just limit it until you don't make sense anymore.
That will be quite shortly, Mr. Chairman. There's one basic philosophical point I want to make at the outset, which is that the premise of the bill is that the only reason that regulated entities comply with the law and with their permits and with their reporting obligations is because there's a fine if they don't. And we fundamentally disagree with that. My universal experience representing regulated entities is what they want to know is what they have to do, and they intend to do it because it's the law. And I would say that the biggest challenge in enforcement is ensuring that people know what their obligations are, ensuring that they know clearly how to comply and that that compliance can be done feasibly. I would say that most people who are in the regulated communities that this bill would impact have no idea of the specifics of these code sections, the amount of the penalties, or even that most of them are daily penalties. So to suggest that you need to increase the daily maximum in order to give them a reason to comply with the law assumes that they're sitting around with a spreadsheet like this thinking, well, you know what, it'll only cost me $1,000 a day. If I can get away with this for a year, that's $365,000 I could put in my pocket. The reality is when they find out about this in an industry newsletter or they see it on an agency's website, the actual maximums, the penalties that get issued are daily multiples of these, frequently for months or years. And those are eye-opening numbers. The other point I would make is that the sponsor's own study undermines the premise of the bill. The bill globally increases all of the maximum and minimum penalties using CPI looking back. The study, though, actually says that the existing level of noncompliance suggests that in at least some areas, current penalty assessments may not be adequate to deter unlawful conduct. So that's the amount of the assessments, not the amount of the maximum. Reinforcing this concern, some state penalty caps are significantly lower than federal penalty caps. And then the beginning of the next paragraph says some enforcement authorities may have high enough penalty caps. So the actual study that the bill is premised on acknowledges that A, there's a question which penalties, if any, need to be increased, and B, acknowledges that some of them may be adequate. So, we're basically unable to see the need for the bill. We are concerned that the committee know the actual resulting numbers.
Let me do just that. You're about done in this. You'll look. You got a number of compatriots behind you. So let me.
I think I just stopped making sense, Mr. Chair, and I thank you for your time.
But we got it. Oh, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair and members, Mike Dillon representing the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, most of the major wastewater agencies in the state. Just 2 quick points. We feel that the current law actually has a lot of unfairness built in. For example, the mandatory minimum penalty law that was passed by Assemblywoman Carol Migden when she was in the Assembly, that bill was never heard in this House. It became a budget trailer bill, so there's a lot of unfairness built in. We have a number of small agencies are facing huge fines because they failed to file a report that they didn't have a discharge. Secondly, there are other sections of law that have huge penalties in there for wastewater agencies because they're based on 10,000 gallons a day or $10 per gallon, and you have a big agencies with millions of gallons. The fines can be in the billions of dollars. Potentially, nobody has gotten there, but the potential is there to do that. So for those and other reasons, we're opposed, Mr. Chair and members.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Senators. Julianne Broyles here on behalf of the California Association of Joint Powers Authorities. As you may be aware, school districts and other public entities were opened up to Cal OSHA fines about 8-9 years ago, and that is a big issue for the public entities. School districts are already under huge challenges in a myriad of areas, and facing new fines and increased fines under AB 846 is something that they don't believe is appropriate. California already has the highest occupational safety and health fines in the nation by a factor of about 800%. We don't think it should be increased on anyone to that level without some serious review of what the real impact would be. Would ask for no vote.
Pilar Oñate Quintana with KP Public Affairs here on behalf of Western Municipal Water District, here simply to second the opposition comments of CASA. Thank you.
Bill Gregg, representing the California League of Food Processors. We agree with the Chamber and the Western State Petroleum's comments. Thank you.
Kelly McKechnie on behalf of Western Growers. We're also in opposition to the bill.
Matt Sutton with the California Restaurant Association, also in opposition.
Late support.
Mr. Chairman, Martha Guzman with California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation in strong support.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, we got another committee. Justin Malone, on behalf of the local environmental health directors, we were concerned with these amendments. We support.
Well, I think the work that you did on the bill works. I think the other element to consider is that it's not mandatory that everybody gets the maximum fine. So I realize that to the point of the opposition that it does increase the exposure, but it doesn't follow that everybody's going to end up getting the maximum fine. In fact, most of the time, unless there's a real egregious violation, the largest fine isn't going. So this does allow, and if the CPI goes down, there could conceivably be a reduction in the fine. The idea is to try to keep the fines at pace with whatever the law was when it was done. So I applaud the work. I think your work to get the Bay Area air boards and the other things off. There are not a lot of us here. Questions from the committee? Moved by Senator Flores. You get the last word, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear that the bill has to do with penalties for environmental health and workplace safety violations. If one of the witnesses talked about penalty avoidance, best way to avoid penalties is to comply with the law. This bill, I think, will give employers greater reason to comply with the law. Some of these penalties haven't been adjusted for a very long time. The Health and Safety Code, Section 39674, 1992. Water Code Section 13265, 1984. Water Code Section 1338, 1994. The list goes on and on. I think this bill will encourage employers to comply with the law, will bring these statutes into line with, as you stated, with inflation, and will ultimately provide for a cleaner environment and a safer workplace for California's employees. With that, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully ask for my vote.
Your witness, this is as amended, and your witness is a fan of Miles Davis, so it can't be all bad. Call the roll.
Wright.
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon.
No.
Harmon, no. Calderon. Denham. Flores. Flores, aye. Negrete McLeod. Oropeza. Padilla. Price. Wyland. Yee.
It's 2-1 right now.
2-1. We'll have to hold the roll open. I think Mr. Bloomfield, you're up, sir. Members, Mr. Bloomfield has item 17, personal service contracts.
Hello again. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. I'm here on behalf of Bill AB 2494, concerns accountability with state contracts. Each year, the state of California spends billions of dollars on thousands of service contracts, and existing state law specifies the conditions for contracting out for services that would otherwise be done by government employees. What this bill does, it simply implements the recommendations made by the state auditor. It's fairly simple in that regard. To fix the problems that the auditor found in her review of the state contracts for services. The recommendations seek to fix the processes to stop state agencies from continuing to pay for services, even though the State Personnel Board has disapproved of the contract. There's three basic things. First, the bill requires contracts disapproved by the State Personnel Board after review to actually be terminated. Makes sense. Second, it requires state agencies and departments to notify contractors about the termination within 15 days of the board's final action and to provide a copy to the board and the employee organization that filed the contract challenge. And third, the bill prohibits a state agency from contracting for substantially the same service that was reviewed and rejected by the board. A state agency would still be free to issue a contract for services that are better justified under existing law. According to the state auditor, absent this tracking system, state departments and agencies face no repercussions for failing to terminate bad contracts. Nothing in this bill limits the ability of state governments to contract for personal services under existing criteria set out in state law. This bill is just very simply to implement the auditor's suggestions, and to add accountability and efficiency to the process. And with that, I ask for your aye vote.
Witnesses in support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Antonio Torres. I work for the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and I'm an information systems analyst, and I'm a member of Service Employees International Union, Local 1000, representing 95,000 plus state workers. I would like to inform you of our support for AB 2494, authored by Assemblymember Bob Blumenfield. This bill improves government operations and saves money in California. It also puts in the mechanisms to make sure that the contracts that are reviewed are followed up and that there's compliance with the contracts. We urge you support AB of 2494. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and members, Sue North representing AFSCME, Local 2620. We've been delighted to work with the author on this issue. It's been a long-standing point of aggravation for our members for a number of years. We wholeheartedly support the bill.
Witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, is moved by Senator Yee. You get the last word, sir.
I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Call the roll.
Wright?
Aye.
Wright, aye. Harmon?
No.
Harmon, no. Calderon? Denham? Flores? Negretti McLeod? Oropeza? Padilla? Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland? Yee? Yee, aye. It's currently 3-1.
3-1. We'll hold the roll open. We've got members kind of sort of everywhere. Mr. Huffman, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I have two bills, and I guess in numeric order, shall I present AB 1853 first?
Give it a go.
Sounds good. Mr. Chair, this is a bill that would give a 2% bid preference on state contracts. And according to a recently published study by UCLA's Center for the Health Policy Research, 1 in 4 Californians currently lack health insurance. Californians spend billions, of course, each year on providing care to those who do not have private insurance and are not eligible for public insurance. And recent news of attempts by health plans to spike rates as much as 39% only underscores the importance of employer-provided health care. So AB 1853 requires a state agency that awards a public works contract to provide a 2% bid preference to a bidder who provides health insurance to its employees. Prospective bidders and their subcontractors would submit statements under penalty of perjury certifying that they qualify for that bid preference. Workers in the construction industry are at a much, much higher statistical risk of suffering an injury while working. Construction workers are 4.6 times more likely to be killed while working than the average industry worker, and yet more than a quarter of them go without health insurance. So this measure is very important, and again, it would not require employers to provide health insurance to be eligible to bid on these state contracts, but it would reward those employers who are doing the right thing and taking care of their workers. So with that, I have several witnesses in support.
Okay.
Chair, Member Cesar Diaz, on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council, we're the sponsors of this legislation. There's been recent studies, one particular from the Center on Policy Initiatives, that is titled Construction Working Without a Healthcare Net. It revealed that more than a quarter of construction workers were uninsured for the entire year, the highest rate among all industries. Moreover, 40% were uninsured at least part of that year. The study also found that while construction represents 7.3% of the state's workforce, it accounts for 15% of the chronically uninsured. And not surprisingly, over 200,000 construction workers visited an emergency room for non-emergency care, and 23,000 stated that an emergency room is a regular source of health care. So we believe this is a substantial cost to local, state, and federal governments when employers don't offer health care, of course, particularly in the hazardous industries such as construction. And for these reasons, we ask for your aye vote.
Let me raise a question. In many instances, when there's a contractor who's doing work, the workers on the contract don't work for that company. So I may go to the union hall and say I need 3 carpenters and whatever my needs are, and I hire them through the hiring hall. Now, if I hire union workers, then the union contract would dictate what the payments were going to be. So if that, whatever that was, that would, the concern I'm raising isn't on the union side because that's covered by the union contract. What about the smaller contractor who may not have these workers on for a very long period of time? So let's say that I'm doing a room addition, for example, and help me, I'm just trying to raise questions. So I'm doing a room addition, and the duration of this job is 3 months, and it isn't my employee. But the problem now is that if I'm a small contractor, I don't get the advantage of having group rate. And so now every time I do a job, if it's a small job for the state, I may have to end up submitting the health background of each one of those employees in order to qualify. See, even if I wanted to buy it, and I mentioned it, for example, in my own case, I am a cancer survivor. And so for a number of years after my COBRA expired, I was unable to purchase insurance. So you could create an environment where I have a job that I'm able to do because I'm a carpenter, but I'm a cancer survivor, and the health insurance company won't sell me insurance because I'm a cancer survivor. Well, since you can't insure me because you don't get the group rate because you're not a large enough contractor, you could, in effect, take that small contractor out of the game. I'm just saying it's a potential inadvertent impact of what you do, because the smaller the contractor, the less likely he's going to be able to get group rates for his employees.
We have contractors here that can better address that question.
Senator, first of all, this wouldn't apply to room additions. These are public works construction projects. Okay. I represent Southern California Contractors Association, Todd Blumstein. Our employers pay hourly amounts, usually, and I checked last year when this bill came up, $7 to $8 an hour goes to health and welfare funds that go to the unions that cover these types of claims. So I don't see that as a problem because...
Let me try it again. See, if it's a union, I got that, because the union would cover their workers, so I would pay the union hourly dues into the fund. I'm talking about the guy who may not be necessarily a union contractor. So he's a private contractor who does business, and he doesn't keep all the employees with him. So his group of employees, and a room addition was just something that I pulled out. Of course. But he may be painting. We may hire this contractor to paint the DMV office in Inglewood. So the duration of that contract may not be but 2 weeks, and he may only hire 4 people, and he doesn't keep these employees with him all the time. So he's not going to get a group rate. He doesn't have the fund that you described. So would this bill, let me phrase it another way, would the bill allow him to take the same hourly rate and place it somewhere, irrespective of whether or not he's actually able to purchase the insurance? Do you understand what I'm saying? See, again, the point I'm making is that employer might say to me, damn, Rod, I'd like to hire you, but you had cancer and you can't get insurance unless you go to Mr. Mibb. So because you can't buy insurance, I can't hire you because I have an obligation under this contract to provide the insurance. I'm not saying that buying the insurance is bad. It clearly works when there's a union where you can pay an hourly fee into the pool that the union runs. I'm looking at it on the other end for the smaller contract, and it may not just be in construction. It may be an IT contract. It may be other kinds of contracts.
Mr. Chairman, Eddie Bernacchi on behalf of the National Electrical Contractors Association. Again, this bill sets up a percentage of payroll requirement over the year long that a contractor is doing work. And this is over private works, public works, what have you. If they are meeting that percentage of payroll to healthcare, which is pretty de minimis here, 6.5%, our contractors are paying close to 18% of payroll into healthcare. What this bill would establish is that if you're making this minimum qualification, now in your case, if there was someone that was a high insurance cost, they would bring up that percentage of payroll when they did hire them, making them probably more eligible for this bid preference rather than less.
So, but in the case that I described with me, they would pay the amount, and whether or not I was able to buy insurance was because obviously it's not the contractor's fault that I had cancer. So what would happen would be the contractor would pay the amount, and I would put that toward my purchase of health insurance. So if I could, wherever I could go to find it, whether or not it was Mr. Mibb or some other high risk pool, then I got that amount as a payment. But I wouldn't. But I see. I'm looking at it two ways. If we're not careful, the guy who was unable to buy the insurance couldn't get a job, and the contractor who doesn't have a large enough pool of employees couldn't bid on the job. So we could end up with a double set of casualties. If you're saying that this bill only says I've got to take a certain percentage per hour and put it into the fund, then that covers it.
Just a point of clarification, though, if I could, Senator, it doesn't prevent anybody from bidding, and it doesn't prevent anybody from getting the contract. The totality of the impact of this bill is just a 2% bid preference.
Right, but I'm still looking. If I'm the contractor and I go, damn, I'm going to hire Rod, but I know Rod can't get insurance.
Right. No, I was just clarifying the point about them not being able to bid.
The spaces are going to be so tight that 2 points could be the difference.
Some people may not get the bid preference in certain situations. Doesn't mean they can't compete for the contract.
So let me see if I understand. So, guys bidding, he pays the fee. So the amount he agrees to.
He provides health care to that employee.
Health care or the money.
Health care to a percentage of the payroll.
Okay, but so what happens
if the employee is uninsurable?
Yes.
Is what you're asking?
Yes.
I don't really know. We'd have to get back to you on if I haven't.
I'm sure there are cases right now also, Mr. Chair, that some of our members have been cancer survivors, and it's more difficult for them to actually, because of a pre-existing condition, have access to care.
Your members are in a pool that's large enough to be covered.
Right.
I'm looking at the guy who's so small that he can't qualify for the pool. I'm asking it because I'm worried about two things. I'm worried about the guy who is a cancer survivor who can't get a job because the small contractor says, I don't want you on my payroll because I can't insure you. So if we say you pay the money and the money goes toward insurance, then that means that it's immune to whether or not the guy gets. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, if
you're creating a scenario where the money is going on the individual's check. This bill addresses the scenario where you're providing health care to a tune of 6.5% or above of payroll. So it would be incumbent upon the contractor to ensure that he can get insurance for the individuals he employs if he wanted to be eligible for the bid preference.
So, but again, my concern, now shut up and let the other people present. The concern I have, again, is that the smaller the contractor, the less likely he is to qualify for a pool. The union will have a pool. The union has a contract with an insurer that will provide, just as the state does, right? So if I come to work for the state, the fact that I'm a cancer survivor, I still get grouped into the pool and I buy insurance. The smaller the contractor, the more due diligence the underwriter does before they provide the insurance. So if the bill says we take out X percent of the payroll and it goes toward health insurance, then you might have, again, in smaller contractors, he's not my employee. So I could say I'll send that to your health plan, but if I take it, you understand what I'm saying?
And in most scenarios on public works projects, the smaller contractors don't provide health care. They provide the amount of the prevailing rate that is supposed to go to health care. They apply that to the check, And the individual makes the choice to get health care or not.
Okay,
and in many cases, they do not.
I'm saying, but if you paid that additional fee then to that smaller contractor in the scenario that you just described, would his taking the health money out and giving it to that employee, would that qualify him as trying to pay the health care?
No, not under this bill.
So in this bill, he actually has to
provide
purchase
health care.
Okay.
Okay. Because the state's already providing within the prevailing wage a health care component as well. That's a piece of the prevailing wage. And what we're trying to do here is to incentivize, even for the smaller contractors, to be able to provide health care and maintain that.
But see, here's the concern I have. For the bigger contractor and the guy who's hiring a lot of people, it absolutely makes sense. For the guy who does enough business that he has a permanent workforce so that he's going to be in a pool, it works. But if your employee base is so small that you don't keep the workers on an ongoing basis, and this worker works for you intermittently for 2 months here, 3 months there, it's one thing if you say you take the cash out because he made an earnest effort and said, here is the amount of money for health, and I took the whatever the prevailing wage is and I sent it toward it. But if you say that he has to purchase the insurance, you probably just wiped out about half of the smaller contractors who might want to bid. Even if they said, I'm going to try to buy it, it may not be available for him at the lower at the cost that he could afford to
Senator,
pay.
I don't know if it would wipe them out.
He just loses the 2% bid price.
This 2% is a significant amount, and that should be incentive enough to purchase that insurance to ensure that they have the advantage.
But I'm saying, the 2% only is to his bid preference. But it doesn't cover. I mean, if I'm a contractor with a set of employees, my cost per employee of that health care might be, I'm going to make up a number. Let's say that it's $6 an hour. But the fewer employees I have, the higher the cost per hour. You understand me? So, like, if I only had 3 employees, it might cost me $25 an hour. If I had 100, it might cost $6. The range is going to be. PERS pays a whole lot less money per employee than your union does, I would bet you, because the insurance company is going to compete more for the business of PERS. I'd feel more comfortable if we said to the employer, you have to set aside an amount of money for health care and establish that in, say we took the prevailing wage amount. Everybody isn't going to be able to provide, but if we use the prevailing wage amount of health care to determine what the cost was, then everybody now, small or large, is kind of competing on the same platform.
Senator, I think your example is very clear. I think we get it. But I think the point of this bill is to help the people in exactly the situation you described that are reaching that extra mile to provide health care for their workers, notwithstanding the higher cost. The whole point is it is expensive when you're that small to provide health care to your workforce. And people that are going to do that need a little bit of help. I'd be very interested in helping to provide some incentives and some sort of a pool that would be available for anyone who's finding themselves uninsured at that level of small business. But I don't think that should stop us from moving forward a bill that is providing an important incentive for another part of the problem. So, again, I don't think it solves every problem out there, and you have absolutely identified a situation that needs some help. This bill is focused on a slightly different incentive.
Okay. The pleasure of the committee? Oh, I'm sorry. Opposition. You know what? I'm correct.
Support. Lori Kammerer, Small Business California, and the Coalition of Small and Disabled Veteran Businesses. We strongly support this bill, and many of our members already provide health insurance to their workers, and this will help other small businesses, small contractors be able to provide health care as well. Thank you.
Chris Walker on behalf of the California Association of Sheet Metal Air Conditioning Contractors. We support the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Senators. Julianne Broyles here on behalf of the Associated Builders and Contractors of California, who are the small contractors who have a direct impact referenced by Senator Wright. There are some problems with AB 1853, and it's the details that are really troubling for the small contractor. Yes, sir, I'm sorry. In opposition, first of all, the bill, as it was being referred to by the proponents, does not provide a 6.5% requirement for health care. On page 3 of the bill, that section actually, page 2 and 3 of the bill, that language was actually removed from the bill, the 6.5% expenditure. This bill basically says that you must provide a credible health care coverage in order to receive the bid preference. Again, the detail on this is that if you are a small contractor, you do not have the ability to go ahead and obtain that insurance coverage at that lower rate. Additionally, you have that bid preference set out there on top of the prevailing wage rate, which already has the health care component built into it. Last of all, we do think that we have a problem with the language as it is currently written because you have a requirement that coverage must continue for a year past the time that you have worked on that contract. You must keep that coverage for those employees for 1 year. For a small contractor, that may not be possible. And again, you automatically X out that small, probably non-union contractor from ever competing fairly for that contract. We think this is a problem. We don't think this bill should move forward as it's written, and ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Dave Ackerman representing the Associated General Contractors. A couple of points. I think the chair's comments were right on target. The witnesses at the previous in support are the subcontractors who get listed on the bid that my clients, the general contractors, put in. They don't bid the jobs, we bid the jobs. So we're the one that has to be responsible. Senator Price had a bill up this morning that encourages 25% small business participation in public works contracts. That's something we're striving to do. That goes right to the small contractor that Senator Wright was discussing. We have to make a choice at the time of bid. We have to look at the subs that submit the bids, and we have to determine whether or not they in fact are certified. Now, the way the bill does it, it requires a self-certification. This is not a condition of licensure. When we had the Buchanan bill up, we were talking about workers' comp. A workers' comp is required as a condition of having your contractor's license. Providing credible health care is not. So you have a self-certification that the sub does at the time that they submit a bid. We have to verify that. If we can't verify it, or if that sub can't provide that health insurance, then the question to us is, do we list the sub or not? If we list the sub, then we have to go through a very cumbersome process to delist them and pick another subcontractor if that sub isn't eligible. To try to accommodate that, with all due respect to the author, they put a clause on page 4 of the bill at the top. It's on lines 2 and 3 that says, okay, if you have to substitute a subcontractor, well, the second sub that I substitute is going to be at a higher price because I picked the lowest responsible bidder that comes in, so that's going to kick the price up. Well, here they say that somehow the sub that's delisted is going to pay the general contractor, who he has no contractual relationship with, an amount equal to the difference in price. And I think the only way we could possibly do that would be to go to court to sue. No subcontractor in their right mind is going to voluntarily turn over dollars to the general contractor if they're not listed in the contract. So, frankly, I don't know how that provision works with the bill. So, I mean, my suggestions, along with Senator Wright, is that while the bill is well-intentioned, we don't dispute the necessity of having health insurance and providing that. Our union contractors do. It's just this bill provides so much complexity to the bidding process that I think it needs a lot more work and should be rejected by the committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members, Park Terry, representing the California Landscape Contractors Association. The association has about 3,000 members. Some of them are union. Many of them do carry health insurance for their employees, but we are probably distinctive in that we have a very high percentage of our members who have less than 10 employees. And of those members, it really is difficult for them to be able to afford health care. It's about an $800 to $1,200 a month expenditure. And while I don't think that any one of them would not like to provide health care to their employees, they simply can't afford it. So what this bill really does is give a preference to the very large contractors, some with union contracts, but in any event, contractors that are already providing health care, and you're basically letting them discount their bid by 2% to take an advantage over the smaller contractors. Again, we think that this is fundamentally unfair. We think it works opposite to the direction that Senator Price's bill goes in, to try and encourage greater participation by small business contractors. All of these people feel that they should have a fair shot at doing public works. And we simply feel that this bill, as it's currently structured, goes too far. I want to throw out one suggestion. I don't know if it has any resonance with the members of the committee, but we have suggested that perhaps there be a floor beneath which this preference would not apply. So in other words, if the public works contract was below a certain amount, the contractors with health plans would not be able to take that 2% preference, and the smaller contractors would be able to compete on an equal basis. So we leave that for you to think about, but without that amendment, we would definitely be opposed.
Robert Callahan with the California Chamber of Commerce, also in opposition.
Mark Smith with the American Council of Engineering Companies, also in opposition. 80% of our membership is 20 folks or less, including those small firms that are owned and operated by a single individual. Thank you.
Opposition anymore? Is that it? I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you.
So the way I'm reading this bill, the 2% bid preference goes to the lowest bidder. Is it the lowest bidder? What if you have a low bid, but the lowest bid, but they haven't provided insurance for the last 12 months? Does that mean that they don't get the contract?
Well, if they would have to be more than 2% lower than the next lowest bid. But yeah, it's possible. It's possible that
because I'm the lowest bid,
yeah,
I get the contract.
Absolutely.
I just don't get the 2% preference.
Absolutely right.
So it isn't necessarily pushing out the little guys, because mainly the smaller companies, you actually can do it for less because you have less overhead, right?
Quite possibly, and I was just informed, Senator, that any business with 2 or more employees, there are pools available, insurance pools. That's not to say it's easy or cheap or anything like that, but the pools are there, and I think there was some question about whether those pools are even available at that size of business. They are.
If I'm a public entity and I want to get the lowest possible bid to save my agency the money, doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to choose one that has had employees that have been insured for the last 12 months. They just don't get the bid.
You may or may not be picking a bidder that actually provides that insurance.
Thank you.
Question. Bill? Moved by Senator Calderon. You get to close.
Thank you, Senator. Just a couple of points. First of all, some issues were raised about general contractor liability relative to subcontractors, where the insurance coverage of those subcontractors may change over time. We've been sensitive to that all along. We've tried to actually take some amendments to address that. We're certainly open to continuing to talk with the opposition on that point. A concern was raised about the complexity of this bill, and I just want to push back respectfully on that. This bill is very simple. When we heard complaints that 6.5% of the bidders or subcontractors' aggregate Social Security wages was too complex a formula, maybe too onerous, we changed it to credible health care coverage. That was to provide more flexibility and simplicity. And I submit to you that what we've got in front of you is a pretty simple bill. You just got to provide credible health care coverage. If you do, you're going to get a little help with a 2% bid preference. If not, you're still able to bid, still able to compete. And with that, I would respectfully request your aye vote.
Okay. Secretary, call the roll.
Wright? Harmon? Calderon?
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham? Flores? Negretti McLeod?
Are we on number 8? Since I just
7. Oropesa. Padilla. Price.
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland. Yee.
Currently has 2 votes.
Negrete McLeod, aye.
Negrete McLeod, aye.
3-0.
3-0, right eye.
Right, aye.
4-0. Okay, you've got another one.
Yes. AB 1873. If you'd like me to begin.
Go right ahead.
All right. Senators, I'll be brief. This is a fairly straightforward bill. I know that you are familiar with the voluntary financing system we sometimes refer as PACE, or Property Assessed Clean Energy. It's a very popular and effective way to promote investments in energy efficiency, renewables, water use efficiency, and making these loan programs more attractive and encouraging local governments to use them is also a great way to expand job growth at a time when we desperately need it. So this bill will expand the universe of buyers of these local bonds. It authorizes the State Compensation Insurance Fund, CalPERS, and the Pooled Money Investment Board to purchase these local PACE bonds. And authorizing state funds to do this will help reduce the interest rate on the loans and increase the rate of return, which in turn makes the bonds more attractive to local governments. Because these are an extremely low default rate investment, this is also a good investment for the state of California. Finally, this bill authorizes a joint powers authority to act as a conduit for these loans, allowing local governments to sell them to the private market. Prop 13 includes a prohibition against local governments selling loans directly to a private investor, so it's important that we provide this additional flexibility. And with that, the bill has no opposition, no cost to the state, and I'm happy to present Lauren Navarro from the Environmental Defense Fund in support.
Hi, Environmental Defense Fund is sponsoring AB 1873 because it would make it more affordable for home and business owners to increase the energy efficiency of their buildings, lowering their utility bills, raising their property values, and creating construction jobs. Private investors that we have spoken with have expressed their strong interest in PACE bonds and stated that if state agencies invest in these bonds, they will follow. These investments can help create jobs in the construction and clean energy industries. AB 1873 will help replicate Sonoma County's success with these programs, where hundreds of jobs have been created through PACE throughout California. Our diverse support speaks to the ability of AB 1873 to help us support industry, increase energy efficiency while reducing utility bills, excuse me, and provide a safe revenue stream for the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others here testifying support?
Rachel O'Brien on behalf of the California League of Conservation Voters in support.
Thank you.
Jason Kanger on behalf of the Planning and Conservation League.
We also support this bill. Jeremy Smith on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council in support.
Patrick A. on behalf of the California State Council of Labor is in support of the bill.
Robert Callahan with the California Chamber of Commerce here in support.
Any others in support? Seeing and hearing none. Any witnesses in opposition? Seeing and hearing none. Questions, comments by the committee?
Move the bill.
Bill's been moved. Call the roll.
Wright. Harmon.
Aye.
Harmon, aye. Calderon.
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham. Flores. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Negrete McLeod, aye. Oropesa. Padilla. Price.
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland. Yee.
4-0.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
All right, do we have additional authors? No?
Wright wants to give a presentation on his, but if you want to start lifting calls,
Yeah, we could lift calls for members that have missed votes, including myself. So shall we just take those in file order? Thank you very much. Secretary will call the roll in file order.
So item 2, AB 815, the current vote is 6-0. Absent members Denham, Oropesa, Padilla, Wyland, Yee. That's 6-0. We'll replace that call. Item 3, AB 846, current vote is 2-1. The chair voting aye. Absent members Calderon?
No.
Calderon, no. Denham? Negrete McLeod?
No.
Negretti McLeod, no. Oropeza, Padilla, Price.
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland, Yee. That's 3-3. We'll replace that call. Item number 4, AB 1650. The current vote is 5-0. Absent members Harmon, Denham, Negretti McLeod. Aye. Negretti McLeod, aye. Oropeza, Price.
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland. That's 7-0, and we'll replace that call. Item 5, AB 1778. The current vote is 6-1, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Negretti McLeod. Aye. Negretti McLeod, aye. Oropeza, Wyland. That's 7-1. We can replace that call. Item 6 represents the consent calendar. It's currently 6-0. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla, Wyland, Yee. We'll replace that call at 6-0. Item 7, AB 1853, has a current vote of 4-0, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Harmon.
Aye.
Harmon, aye. Denham, Flores, Oropeza, Padilla, Wyland, Yee.
Flores, aye.
Flores, aye. That's 6-0. We'll replace that call. Item 8, AB 1873. Current vote is 4.
Can I ask a question? Can you announce the author of the bills?
Sure.
So we
Absolutely.
know who we're voting. Thanks.
Yeah. Item 8, AB 1873. Huffman. The current vote is 4-0. Absent members Wright, Denham, Flores, Oropeza, Padilla, Wyland, Yee. We'll replace the call at 4-0. Item 9.
Can we go back to that? That was item 8.
Yes.
And you have me as an aye.
Yes.
I made a mistake. That should be a no for Harmon, please, on item number 8.
Harmon.
Aye to no.
Yeah, this is item 8, 1873.
Yes.
Harmon,
No,
aye.
1853.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let's go back. So that's 4-0. Item 7. Yes, I have you as an aye. Harmon, aye to no.
No, I'm sorry. I'm confused. I want to be an aye on item 7.
Okay.
And I'm a no on item 8.
Okay. Item 8, Harmon, aye to no. That's 3-1, and we'll replace the call.
Thank you.
On that.
Sorry for the confusion.
Item 9 was proposed consent. Item 10, AB 1899 Ang. The current vote is 5-1, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla, Wyland, Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. That's 6-1. We'll replace that call. Item 11 is proposed consent. Item 12, AB 2193 Hall. The current vote is 6-1, with the chair voting no. Absent members Denham, Negretti McLeod. Aye. Negretti McLeod, aye. Oropeza, Wyland. That's 7-1. We'll replace the call. Item 13 and 14 are proposed consent. Item 15, AB 2390 Buchanan. The current vote is 3-0, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Harmon.
Aye.
Harmon, aye. Denham, Negretti McLeod. Aye. Negretti McLeod, aye. Oropeza, Padilla, Price.
No.
Price, no. Wyland, Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. That's 6-1. We'll replace that call. Item 16 is proposed consent. Item 17, AB 2494 Bloomingfield. Current vote is 3-1, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Calderon.
Aye.
Calderon, aye. Denham, Flores.
Aye.
Flores, aye. Negretti McLeod.
Aye.
Negretti McLeod, aye. Oropeza, Padilla, Wyland. That's 6-1. We'll replace the call. Item 18, AB 2596 Portantino. The current vote is 4-0. Absent members Denham, Negretti McLeod. Aye. Negretti McLeod, aye. Oropeza, Padilla, Price.
Aye.
Price, aye. Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye. It's 7-0. We'll replace that call. Item 19, AB 2670 by Perez. Current vote is 5-1, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla, Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye. That's 6-1. We'll replace the call. And item 20, AB 2734, Perez. The current vote is 6-0. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla, Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye. That's 7-0. We'll replace that call. And items 21 through 25 are proposed consent.
All right, do we have any authors left other than the presentation of the bill by the chairman? Is that correct where we are?
Yes.
All right, we'll take a, what about a 5-minute recess. Roll for a moment so I can change a vote. Secretary, please open the roll on file item number 7.
Item 7, AB 1853. Current vote is 6-0. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla, Wyland, Yee.
All right, now what? So this is the one I'm a no on item 7.
Harmon, aye to no. That is 5-1. And then item 8, AB 1873, Huffman. The current vote is 3-1. Absent members Wright, Denham, Flores, Oropeza, Padilla, Wyland, Yee.
Which item? I'm sorry.
Harmon, change that no to aye on
Harmon,
that
no
one.
to aye. This is item 8, AB 1873.
Oh, aye. Right, aye.
Right, aye. That's currently 5-0, and we'll replace that call.
Let me do this. Let me thank all the folk again. For those of you who were here, we announced earlier that we were not. I didn't do it.
No, it's me.
That again, we were not going to have a vote today on AB 85. Excuse me. I should know my own number. As the author of the bill, let me make just a couple of things. I think the bill probably needs more work. What's clear is I think the bill, from my own perspective, is probably moving in the right direction, and I'm convinced that I'll never get consensus. What I found interesting is some of the opposition was diametrically opposed to some of the support and vice versa. We were looking at the bill largely in the context of public policy, and that policy being what comported to the citizens of the state of California. You know, oftentimes in this environment, there are things where it fits a group, and it may or may not fit what is in the interest of a particular industry or group. I think the bill largely does that, but obviously, as I said, it needs a great deal of work. We'll certainly, for example, have to reconcile the issue of exclusivity. I mean, we've kicked that around. I have my opinion from Ledge Council that says that it doesn't violate. I mean, in our building, Ledge Council is probably one of the arbiters that you get before you end up going to court. Ledge Council was unequivocal as to the exclusivity question. But the other thing that Ledge Council was clear about is that you can't do a determination because the Ledge Council opinion isn't binding. Unfortunately, in California, we don't have the ability to have a interpretive opinion. So that means that the only way that you'll ever get a resolution of that issue is to actually put forth a law and then end up in court with real legislation. Absent that, there's never going to be any resolution to that issue. We could discuss it. We could ask different lawyers, and different lawyers would say different things. It will be resolved when there is a law and it goes to court. When we were talking about this some time ago, I mentioned that there were essentially 5 things that could be done. One of them is don't do anything at all and keep doing what we're doing. In the ensuing few months since we had that hearing in February, several things have happened on the internet gaming front that, again, I referenced in February and in other meetings that I've had, and that is that the internet gaming industry isn't standing still. ESPN and NBC have announced that they're increasing the schedule that they're doing of poker tournaments. All the poker tournaments that you see on those stations are sponsored by internet companies, which means that there'll be a lot more public attention drawing people into those internet sites, which means that it's going to grow. Time Magazine, in this week's edition, on page 40, for people who keep up with the trivia, has a story about internet poker. They define the worldwide business as roughly $5 billion and growing, in spite of attempts that have been made to suppress that business. The thing I look at in that business, and I mean, this is very informal, so I mean, if someone has a comment, the thing I looked at in the Time article that was clear to me is that the younger players in poker are looking at internet, and there's a substantial move of younger players. And I mention that because when I looked years ago at horse racing, having grown up in South Los Angeles down the street from Hollywood Park, what you saw in the old days, where you saw a number of people who were young adults and adults going to the track, what I watched happen to horse racing is that people grew up and the horse racing industry didn't replace the young people. And so when you go to a track now, it's primarily older people playing because young people don't play horses anymore. What I'm watching as I go to some of the casinos, and I've been to a number of both card clubs and casinos here in California, is, again, I'm watching older people play. And I'm almost watching a variation of that same scenario where I'm looking at more and more young people who are using alternate means of playing. Now, again, it may be different and people may differ. I know, for example, in my district, when I watch the buses that go to casinos, the average age on the bus is somewhere around 60. When I look at some of the other people that I see going to casinos, again, that's what I see going from my community, which would suggest that if we're not able to adjust the kind of person going into play, that this is going to be a self-solving problem anyway, because you'll just watch the business change into another format. So again, we clearly don't have in this building today a consensus over what we do. I know one of the other concerns that I heard raised was the concern about, do you name the only game that can be played? No. The reason that you don't is because the experience that we had with our own lottery. California operates one of the lowest performing lotteries, again, as a part of what I've done studying for this committee. I've traveled to a number of the other states and talked to lottery directors around the country. Ours is one of the lowest performing lotteries in the state, not by dollar volume, but on a per capita basis. And when you ask them why, they say, y'all provided rules that go back to 1984 when the lottery law was drafted, and you can't change it because you wrote it badly. And it didn't allow you the flexibility and the other things that you need. Not necessarily the way you manage it per se. We've made some adjustments in the lottery this year. It may get signed, may not. But it contributes to the fact that the technology and the industry's changed, and our lottery still functions as though it's 1984. It too will be continually underperforming because it doesn't have the ability to move forward because of the manner in which the initiative was written. So clearly, whatever we do in terms of games will have to comport with the Constitution, because if you don't, then it would be illegal because the Constitution dictates what can be played. And that's clear, and the Attorney General would be responsible under any scenario that we establish to make sure that those games complied with the Constitution. So could you do Class 3 banked games? No, because that's illegal in California in some place other than an Indian casino. There were a number of other things that we heard, and we'll be looking and seeing, how do we reconcile all of this? I mean, we looked at trying to provide a bid preference to people who were doing business in California, and the preference would be to recognize the fact that they were playing. The people who were playing here said, that's not good enough, I want a guarantee. I'm not sure how you do a guarantee and make it legal. Ledge Counsel advises that it's probably illegal, and some of what we already do just hasn't been challenged, but that it would probably be illegal as well. So a preference we did check because there are statutes that allow for that, provided we don't do the preferences on ethnicity, which would be prohibited, by the way, but you can do preferences for special considerations, and we checked that in Ledge Council. We would have been secure in trying to defend that. I know there was a concern raised about whether or not the misdemeanor provision should be there, citing the fact that the federal government doesn't particularly make it illegal, raising the question as to whether or not we could. Well, the fact of the matter is, yes, we can. The state of Washington has already done that. And as we stated, again, the object of the exercise in what I saw as the California model was that we weren't going to create new players. Our mission was going to be to capture players who are already playing. So by providing the incentive, and in this case the penalty for people who played off our site, the idea was that we would hopefully drive people back to the California licensed sites. So that was an incentive, not that we were going to have the Department of Justice involved in everybody's bedroom, but it was an incentive that we would be able to say, if you're playing on the site and we catch you, we're taking the money. That's why it's a misdemeanor and it's not jail time. Again, in our current situation, if we made it jail time, the bill would have died in appropriations, and that was the other reason that you don't do it. But I don't need to put anybody in jail. I want the money anyway. So it really, I'm clear what we were about, but more than that, it was an incentive to, again, steer people back to the California site as opposed to actually try to put someone in jail. We also looked at the offshore people, and again, I had people who were supportive of the idea that the people who currently take bets in America offshore, we perceive to be that illegally. We had provisions written by our Justice Department, again supported by Ledge Council, that said that we could preclude them from being able to bid if they continue to accept bids anywhere in the United States after the Unlawful Internet Gaming Act was passed. Again, I think that we could sustain that challenge because if you were illegal, we have provisions in terms of what we now require from people who apply for licenses that would have made that work. That becomes, in some part, the deal points that we have in the bill. Some people said we should have one site. Some people said we should have two sites. Some people said that 3 sites that we have in the bill was too many. And then some people complained that 3 was too many, and they were opposed because they wanted an unlimited number of sites. So again, the letters of opposition and support on the number of sites was also all over the map. Why did we arrive at 3 with the potential to go up after the 5-year window? What we looked at was, if you only have one site, you don't have anything to measure how well the business was doing. If you have 2, it's really not enough to measure because they would compete with each other. We estimated that 3 gave you kind of sort of an opportunity to see different business models that would apply. And we left open the ability that you could perhaps add a couple of more sites after you determined what you had. The other consideration to that as well was that if you had too many sites, that you didn't have enough liquidity to support the sites. In talking to people who run sites, the conservative estimate was that to make a business go in the internet would probably cost somewhere between $50 and $100 million per site for the first few years that the sites operated, in terms of startup advertising and the necessary work to attract the business. The other thing that we were particularly concerned about in this bill was that the state assumed no risk. And I wanted to make it clear that even unlike in the case of the lottery, that the state is not going into the poker business. That's why we were going to sell licenses pretty much as you would do with a franchise, and that the person who purchased that license would have a franchise to operate, and he would pay for the license, and he would pay a fee for the regulation and a fee that the state would get for its efforts, but that the state was not going to be itself in that business, and that was going to be a completely franchised business. One of the other discussions that we had that I heard was, and I believe this was the time I was over at the Sheraton in front of one of the tribal organizations, was that we specified that it would be an LLC as opposed to a tribal business that we would do the business with, in large part because part of the way the Indian Gaming Act is written, if it's an Indian nation with whom you're doing business, the ability to tax becomes questionable. Ledge Counsel, Department of Justice say that that's a difficult challenge. If it's an LLC, then everybody does the business, and it doesn't do that. But that would necessitate that rather than doing a compact with this business, you would in fact be doing a business with an LLC, and that everybody would operate at that point on an equal footing. I mean, those were, I know, it's kind of a top-line set of the things that I heard raised as concerns by different people. There were some people who liked parts of the bill, but the thing I found, unlike almost any bill that I've ever been involved in, is that every one of the issues that I just described, there were people who liked the bill because it was there and then hated it because it was there, which kind of sort of let you know that your bill was pretty much in the right place. I would leave this, though, to say, and I would open it up if someone wants to come forward, that this does not, the fact that we don't move it, and it may not be a measure that gets out of this House this year. The problem that I see and I still worry about is, again, all of these become estimates because someone said to me, well, how much is a business worth? I have no idea. And frankly, neither does anyone else. What percent of the $5 billion comes from California per year? I don't know. We were looking at somewhere between $2.5 to $3 million a day that we ain't getting, that we possibly could. Would we get it? Don't know. That depends on the skill of the people who ran the sites. The people who ran the sites could frankly lose their shirts trying to play because there's no assurance that anybody gets any of the business back. Does that mean that we capture it? Absolutely not. But as I'm watching this business morph, the caution that I would certainly apply to everyone is that the world isn't standing still while we figure out what we do. I just saw the application on an iPhone that's going to operate by, I think, Paddy Power is going to run it in the UK. There will soon be significant gaming that will take place on an iPhone in the near term. As different applications and abilities to game take place, the longer we wait, the more difficult it will become to get that business back, because the difficulty that we had even going in was that our mission was to see if we could get half of the California players back, not 100%, half. As different outlets of gambling become available and become more entrenched. I can remember years ago, I'm old enough, I remember when Tower Records, which was a Sacramento company, had a splash opening of a record store on Sunset and Horn. If you had an evening out in Southern California, you could go to Tower Records and walk across the street and go to Spago because they were next door neighbors on Sunset Boulevard. Tower Records is bankrupt because they didn't keep up with the changes that were taking place in the manner in which their product was delivered. And downloads basically wiped Tower Records off the map, along with Blockbuster and Hollywood Video that are now dinosaurs of what was once a video market. The world isn't sitting still while we figure out what we do. So again, I'm open and we'll continue having discussions. I have the utmost respect for the people who've been in the card business for a number of years, as well as those individuals who have been in the gaming businesses and the tribal casinos and the people who run bingos and lotteries and the horse racing personnel. So we still have work to do. But one of the things that I've always found important is that what you have in 1485 in front of you is in print a work product that I'm confident would work. And one of the things that I didn't want to do and I don't want to do is have a circular discussion. So, I have now put down what I think works. I've talked to people around the world about internet poker. I would hazard a guess that there ain't nobody in here who knows more than I do right now about internet poker. And I've talked to people who do it. I'm still talking to people who do it. I'm watching this industry grow and change. And it's changing so fast that between February and June, there were changes in the way the internet business moved. And there are changes that I see on the horizon that will be completed by the end of this year that will have expansions in the way that the game moves. I'm looking even at some of your casinos where many of the people who come to brick and mortar clubs are coming because they were playing internet poker, won a tournament, and were given a prize that allowed them to come and play in the tournament. Kind of sort of unheard of 5 years ago that you would play internet poker, win a prize, and end up going to the Commerce Club and take part in a tournament with money that was financed by the guy at the internet. Are there other changes that I see on the horizon? Yeah, I'm, again, in talking with the people at ESPN and some of the other places, they're going to begin intensifying the creation of stars. One of the things that they believe is that they need personalities. So you're watching the personalities. But if you look at the Time magazine article, for example, the funny part is that the old stars of poker are now getting their butts kicked by the math whizzes at MIT and other schools who now play odds games and all of the things where you wore shades and you kept the hat down over your face. They're like, psh, we don't care about all that. I know that if you're showing 3 cards, I got 2 cards, the probability is X, and I'm betting the probability. So the stars in internet poker, I forgot the old man's name, Doyle, who wears the Doyle. He ain't won a tournament in the last 3 or 4 years because the kids have cleaned his clock repeatedly because that old style bluffing and stuff, they don't care about that. But again, the business will change. We'll keep working. I think it's imperative that we try to get something done, if not this session, next session, because I still think it's important that we try to advance something before the federal government occupies the field. That still does loom as a possibility. Clearly, one of the other things that I've looked at in going around and talking to folk is that there are 4 states, California, Florida, Texas, really New York. New Jersey, I think, is selling wolf tickets. But there are 4 states that genuinely have enough liquidity to probably run intrastate games. What's going to happen next is much in the way that Powerball took off in the Midwest, is you're going to have states aggregate to say that they, in order to make liquidity, that they need to band together to get enough players to make their games work. I'd like us to be in position to aggregate with some of those states to also increase liquidity. The other thing that I think that's going to be important in U.S.-based games is one of the advantages that the world games have. I know for those of you who drink more than I do, that people say that it's always 5 o'clock someplace. Well, what the world internet players have come to understand is that that's true. And if you're operating a game 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it's 5 o'clock someplace, which means that the pool of players that you have in order to run your game literally are consistent. So your 12 noon guy is just going to keep going because it's always 12 noon or 5 o'clock someplace, which again makes for greater liquidity. That's why one of the elements that we were looking at here, given that everybody's essentially going to be in the same time zone, was that we would have probably had to at times merge our 3 sites so that you could have increased liquidity so that you could make the games. Because what I've heard from all of the operators is that the thing that will basically run your game in the ground is that if you don't have enough players to make the games work. In the brick and mortar sites, you guys use prop players. So you take people who you come and you sit in order to make a game work. Well, you don't have a prop player in an internet game. And our law would have forbid us to have robot players, which is what some of the offshore sites do. So in the absence of having bots, we would have had to have found a way to make sure that we could structure a game that would have had sufficient liquidity, given the fact that everybody who's going to play in an intra-state game is all in the same time zone, and that you wanted the cost to operate at 2 in the morning is pretty much the same cost that you have at 2 in the afternoon. So you're trying to spread out those costs over the thing. So I mean, that's kind of where we are. I mean, we're not done. If there are other additions or ideas, I mean, that people have, members of the committee may have some, but clearly this needs a lot of work. If people in the public have an idea, I mean, feel free, because we're somewhat informal.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Price.
Just a brief comment. First of all, I want to thank you for assuming some leadership on this issue. Internet gaming, I think, is full of exciting obstacles and opportunities for operators, for the players, and for the state. I agree that doing nothing is not an option, that we have to move forward in some framework. As former chair of the GO committee on the Assembly side, I recognize how necessary and difficult it is to reach consensus in the gaming community. But I think that your draft legislation is a start. I look forward to the comments and to working with all interested parties and trying to find the right way to make this happen. So those are my thoughts.
All right, thank you very much. Are there comments from other members? Senator Yee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me just state this on the record. I think it's very, very clear that internet poker is something that occurs right now, is existing right now, and that there are revenues that the state can, in fact, take advantage of. And I think that's part of the reason why the chair and the members on the committee all agree that we should, in fact, move ahead and begin the process of identifying exactly what is the model whereby, if California is moving this area, what is that model that's going to look like. I think in the course of some of the hearings and some of the discussion, it's very, very clear to me that I don't think that we are in the place that we in California, in our government, is at a place where we do, in fact, understand and know all the possible permutations, all the possible insights into this particular arena. We will maybe know maybe 90% of it, but there are always that unknown, because this is a very dynamic business, is a very dynamic enterprise, and therefore there are always going to be changes and nuances that we will not know until maybe it happens. So with that said, as this issue was moving along, it was always my understanding that a model that I would be supportive of would, in fact, entail players and entities that we have dealt with in the past. And I think that may be somewhat difficult to manage, but we've got to find a way to do that. The bid preference, I think, was one way, but I think that there are other ways of doing it. Because given the fact that we're moving in this new era, new arena, that it does, in fact, require that the individuals that we are dealing with, that we have some background, some understanding about who they are and what they're about, their credibility, their stature, I'll be honest, their honesty about dealing with issues. We can't afford, when we're embarking in this new venture, to have some missteps along the way. And until somehow someone's going to then tell me there's another model where we can have assurances of those individuals that we're going to engage in relative to this particular business, that in fact we have that record, we have that background, we have that relationship, then it's hard for me to then go out there and support a bill that we're going to just kind of put it out there and just hope that everything's going to work out. So my concern is that we have to move very carefully, so that we don't fall into situations where there are going to be just missteps along the way. I think the price that we're going to pay for that misstep is going to be absolutely incredible, and it's going to set us many, many years behind. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Yee. Let me just add my thoughts and comments, if I could, just very briefly. I would like to also thank the chair. He's not here. I can't do it personally, but he has really taken on a monumental task trying to move this forward, and I want to publicly thank him for taking the time and the effort and the work to go forward with this concept. As he indicated, he's going to keep working on it, and I'm sure we'll eventually see something. I can't help but recognize that legalizing internet gambling in California will be a huge expansion, in my view, of gambling in California, and that does cause me some concern. I need to get additional facts and data about that and what the expansion might be and what effects it would have on California. I'm also concerned about the potential negative effect that internet gaming might have on established tribal gaming locations. As you know, we have a number of tribes in California that have invested literally millions of dollars and created thousands and thousands of jobs. And what effect is it going to have on them if all of a sudden this concept is brought forth and legalized? So that's a concern to me, that we need to take a look at that and make sure that it will work. I'm also concerned that the bill, as given to us recently, seems to lack sufficient specifics on licensing and on regulation. I'm not sure exactly how that is going to work. I think we need to take a look at that and what is going to be the involvement of the state. And I would almost concur exactly with you, Senator Ye, in your closing comments that legalizing intrastate gaming in California has far-reaching consequences that require careful consideration and deliberation and reflection on our part before enacting some type of enabling legislation. So those are things that are in my mind. I want to keep looking at it. I want to keep talking about it and see where it takes us. Now, for members of the audience, the chairman had to leave to go to another committee to vote. He will be back in just a few moments, we hope. But I think it was his intention to allow some brief comments from members of the public. I know there are a lot of people in the room. I don't think that everyone needs to speak, but I will go ahead and open this up and allow some members to come forward. We have a volunteer, it looks like. Give us your name and your organization that you're representing and a very brief comments.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Let me interrupt you because we have several members here, Mr. Pane, and we're going to lift the calls on various different bills because members have to report to other committees. So if I ask the Secretary to go ahead and lift the calls.
Absolutely. This is item number 2, AB 815, Caballero. The current vote is 6-0. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland, Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. That passes 8-0. Item number 3, AB 846, Tarico. The current vote is 3-3, with the chair voting aye. The absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland, Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. That's 5-3.
All right, that bill will fail passage, and without objection, we will grant reconsideration on that bill.
Okay, item 4, AB 1650, Fuhr. The current vote is 7-0, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Harmon, Denham, Oropeza, Wyland. That bill passes 7-0. Item number 5, AB 1778, Liu. The current vote is 7-1, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Wyland, That bill passes 7-1. Item number 6 represents the consent calendar. The current vote is 6-0. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland, Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. The consent calendar passes 8-0. Item number 7, AB 1853 Huffman. The current vote is 5-1, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye. That passes 7-1. Item number 8, AB 1873 Huffman. The current vote is 5-0, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Flores, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye. Flores, aye. That passes 8-0. Item number 9 is proposed consent. Item 10, AB 1899 Ang. The current vote is 6-1, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland. That passes 7-1. Item 11 is proposed consent. Item 12, AB 2193 Hall. The current vote is 7-1. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Wyland. That bill passes 7-1. Item 13 and 14 are proposed consent, or passed on consent, I should say. Item 15, AB 2390 Buchanan. The current vote is 6-1, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland. That passes 7-1. Item 16 was on consent. Item 17, AB 2494 Bloomingfield. Current vote is 6-1, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland. That passes 7-1. Item 18, AB 2596 Portantino. The current vote is 7-0, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland. That passes 8-0. Item 19, AB 2670 Perez. Current vote is 6-1, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland. That passes 7-1. And item 20, AB 2734 Perez. Current vote is 7-0, with the chair voting aye. Absent members Denham, Oropeza, Padilla.
Aye.
Padilla, aye. Wyland. That passes 8-0.
All right. I think that concludes all of the bills that were on call. Mr. Chairman, in your absence, I announced to the audience that various members could come forward and give some comments. And before us is our first witness, who is going to announce his name and his organization and give about 1 minute of testimony.
Less than that, Mr. Chairman.
With that, I'm going to pass the gavel back to the chairman, please.
Less than that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members, Josh Pane on behalf of the Morongo Band of Mission Indians. First, as the chair knows, we've opposed his version of the legislation. We support this concept. We want to applaud the chairman for all the work he's done on it and look forward to future work on this particular issue. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, for looking at this so closely. We think it is the future, and so we'll look forward to future discussions on this issue. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
People come forward. It's not if you're for or against. Input is just good at this point. So.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Cyrus Sanai. I've met with some of you in respect of representation of one client, but I'm here to speak with you on behalf of a different client, Larry Kennedy, who is an actual professional poker player and has asked me to say quickly a few words from the point of view of an actual consumer of Internet poker services. She believes that the basic structure of the bill that you have put forward, Mr. Chairman, is actually a very good one, in the sense that it provides competition in a relatively open and a regulated circumstance that will allow California to both capture tax revenues, receive license fees, but at the same time allow sufficient competition to allow a consumer-friendly and regulated internet poker environment. We are, of course, aware that there are many special interests who believe that they should have the sole right to exercise these kinds of opportunities within California, but it's not in the interest of the players. The players want competition so that they can go to the sites that have the best particular playing options and the lowest prices that the market will bear for purposes of the services. And it is not a good idea to hand a monopoly to anyone. So as long as there is an adequate amount of competition, and we leave it, and from my client's point of view, she leaves it up as a question whether it's 3, 5, 7, 10, whatever, I think that the players in California would actually be interested and attracted to come to California, if for no other reason than the availability of consumer protection. My client is currently a plaintiff in a class action lawsuit against one of the illegal sites, Full Tilt Poker, because they stole $80,000 from her. And she is a prime example of the risks of, if you want to play online poker, that you end up undertaking that could and should be alleviated by legislation such as proposed by the chairman. Thank you very if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
No, that was, you raised the, many of the points that we were trying to get. And again, I don't want to imply that the people who had concerns about the bill, this isn't about taking stuff personally to say I like you or I don't. I mean, each of us, I think, is putting forth what we think makes good sense in our own interest. And in some instances, we may differ about this or that, but I think your members, 80,000. Again, the Department of Justice has received a number of, and a number here is a few hundred. It's not thousands, but it's a few hundred complaints. Most of the people don't call for the same reason that when people get ripped off in an illegal business deal, don't call because they know they were doing the legal stuff to begin with.
Right, and the problem you have, for example, in the Full Tilt litigation, we sued the people who openly own it, Chris Ferguson, Howard Leonard, etc., and their lawyers filed a thing saying, well, there is no such thing as Full Tilt Poker. This case is currently in federal court. They say, you can't sue us because the entity doesn't exist. Ha, ha, ha. And that's precisely the problem you have with the people who want to play. They desire to do it. They're the younger players, they're the people who understand how to deal with it, but if there's a problem that resolves, you have no recourse unless in the Full Tilt case, because some of the owners actually happen to live in the United States and are quite open about it. But nonetheless, it is very important what you're trying to do here. And from the point of view of consumers, the main requirement that she has and is requested is that there be choice, there be competition. That is good for the consumers. Now, the exact identity of it is not necessarily something that the individual players feel strongly about, but they do want choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there others or other ideas? Or I know a number of people called, and this is informal. So, please understand, because if you fall here, all you get is practice. So you ain't.
Mr. Chairman and some of the members of the committee, I'm here from Paddy Power, which is a listed Irish business.
Yes.
Thank you for your comments about our iPad application, which we look forward to launching soon. We are supportive of legislation in California for legalized poker. We are supportive of this bill, in part because we believe that multiple hubs are necessary to provide choice and to maximize the revenues. I would personally concur with your view that these industries are in a state of flux and that delaying legislation for the sake of protecting industries may ultimately not protect them at all. We believe that poker will remain fact of life in California and that legalizing it to generate revenues, to protect the player and to offer choice is the right way to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Roger Bauman. I represent Cardroom International. We own a peer-to-peer poker platform. It was originally created in Los Angeles. We are here to support SB 1485. We do agree that obviously you have an excellent understanding of the industry, and We believe that Internet poker will help with the revenue issues that the state is currently facing. Also, we do believe that monopolies do not benefit the industry. In the software world, competition leads to better software, more jobs, and greater economic growth. And we clearly believe that competing hubs are the way to go for your state. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members, I'm Reverend James Butler from the California Coalition Against Gambling Expansion. And I want to at least raise the issue that more gambling is a priori a good thing, which sometimes comes across in these discussions. I know that you have made yourself very knowledgeable about Internet poker, as you've described.
And by the way, I don't even know how to play poker.
No, but all of the various factors involved in it. I imagine you also have made yourself almost as equally aware of the problems that are associated with problem and pathological gambling. Mm-hmm. It is damaging. And many of the people behind me who will speak in favor of Internet poker may, in one way or another, profit from that decision. And the state, too, seems to say that the profiting is the major concern that is before us, to capture some of these monies. I would just like to say that there are a group of people in California that will not ultimately be profiting by the legalization of Internet gambling. And those will be the citizens and the players. There are currently, as you know, more than 1 million problem and pathological gamblers as we have right now, over 21, 500,000 under 21, costing the state more than $1 billion currently. And those are the hard monies, not some of the associated costs. So with this, I would just like to present a position that may not be as vocalized today. And that is, there are some inherent problems with gambling. And whenever you make it so easily and readily accessible by providing it legally in the homes, on the computers, internets, and the phones, we know that this may be coming. But as soon as it becomes legal, for some people, that will mean that the state condones it. And suddenly it may be more acceptable behavior, and it will certainly be a more available behavior. And with that, I think there are some real inherent dangers for the citizens of California. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
But I agree. There certainly are some problems. I think the vast majority of people who are involved in gaming, the people who you described notwithstanding, I think the vast majority of people find this as a means of entertainment. You might decide to take your family to Disneyland, and if you took a family of 4 to Disneyland right now, you could drop $300 or $400. Some people might decide that the way that they wanted to enjoy their entertainment dollar might be to play poker.
Yes.
I think you're absolutely right. When that entertainment gets in the way of paying the rent or your light bill or buying your health medications or those kinds of things. That was why that we set aside money in the bill to try to deal with problem gaming and to ramp that up, because we do recognize that that's clearly an issue. And I think you're right about some of the casualties. The other thing that we looked at was, as the other gentleman described, that by having a regulated scheme, it provides for us the ability to resolve issues where money gets ripped off. If I go to the Morongo Casino right now, if I go to the Pachanga, if I go to Thunder Valley, right, if I go to the Commerce Club, if I go to the Inglewood Park, if I go to Hollywood Park, if any of those casinos, if there's a issue that arises about the play, as a player, I know that there's a resolution where I may not win, but it won't be that I just lost my money and I don't have any recourse. This provision of recourse will stop people who just get ripped off. We did have to provide, and you're absolutely right, for the problem gambler. That's why that consideration was placed in, and that became one of the parts that was a non-bypassable part of the bid. So if you look at the way the bid was structured, the regulatory and the problem gaming portion was not a part of the bid, but was a base part of any bid. The state would get a minimal amount, and then beyond that, what you bid was what you thought it was worth. But we thought so highly about the issue of problem gaming that was a non-bypassable portion of the bid, and that's the reason that it was there. The other side was that, I mean, the point you raised, and it becomes a philosophical question that, in fact, someone raised to me, we don't legalize cocaine. Does that mean that you want to legalize drugs? I mean, in this instance, in this country, there are just a lot of things that may or may not be good for you, but they're good to you. And, I mean, we have to, in some instances, allow people to do, as adults, those things that they might want to do and hope that people do it responsibly. I mean, whether or not, in this committee, we hear things about alcohol. We had a big argument here last week as to whether or not we should let people get, 2 ounces of vodka in a tasting room. Or, this state makes literally billions of dollars in the production of wine. From Noah to Jesus and a whole lot of folk, wine has been an integral part of religious life in America. But again, anything that you do in excess could take you down. There's a long way between a glass of, Merlot or Cab and Ripple. And so, keeping that balance between the two becomes an important part of what we have to do. But I think if we attempted to say that people are not involved in gaming, whether it's, people who enjoy going to a horse race, whether it's people who enjoy pulling the slot machine, whether it's people who want to play poker, whether it's people who want to play pie. There's a range of things that people want to do, and we can provide the help for people who are really, as we would say in my neighborhood, people who have a serious Jones. We can provide help for that person to some degree, and we can try to minimize the downward effects of it. I grew up in South Central Los Angeles, but my uncle was a numbers banker in Detroit. The number was a big deal. If you know anybody who was from the Midwest, Harlem, the number was a big deal in the Midwest and black communities right up until the time that they did lotteries and put the brothers out of business. That's how that business evolved. And as the people, whether it was in Cleveland or Chicago or Detroit or when they figured out that we were doing that business to the scale that we were, and they said, why are we not getting a piece of that action? And so they came in and they busted all of the black numbers bankers, and then the state started its own game. That's kind of how it evolved. Do people play the lottery in California disproportionately to their income in poor communities? Clearly they do.
Yes, they do.
Now, is it so much so that the lottery is going to bankrupt Compton? No. But I don't know that I would want to say to the guy in Compton that you don't have an opportunity to try to win and play if you want. And this really is an illusion that you're helping the school. The school gets $1 billion, give or take, per year out of the lottery, but when your budget's $50 billion, you don't even know where that one went when it's that much, and it's limited on how you can spend it. So I appreciate your comment. We tried to take that into account because you raise what is a serious issue, and that's why the first dollar after regulation before any money went into any special funds went to problem gaming.
May I respond to just a couple of points? First of all, you're right that it is sometimes viewed as an entertainment dollar. Mm-hmm. But that becomes what is sometimes also called a displaced dollar. And the dollar that is spent in a gambling enterprise is a dollar that is not spent at the local business, at the local stores, at some other place that might actually generate for the state through all the other attributable elements more money in terms of payrolls, in terms of supplies coming in and out. To provide a slot machine, some studies have shown it takes away one job for every slot machine, only because it doesn't require any support for that, whereas a baker needs somebody to provide flour and truck drivers, etc. The second thing that you...
But see, I don't know that I would subscribe to that. I mean...
Well, it's going to be... What the question is going to simply be, if you have $50 mm-hmm. that you're going to spend for entertainment, mm-hmm. and you spend it going to the casino, or you spend it going and put in a slot machine or a card room or whatever you do, or you spend it going to the local restaurant, which of those will have a greater outreach into jobs and other things in that community? Will it be a slot machine that has maybe somebody to empty the change drawer, or will it be a restaurant that therefore is kept in business and there's a cook and there's a waiter and there's a et cetera?
Well, but now again, and it's hard to say. I mean, the people who work at the casinos have honest jobs, and the work that they do is honest work. So you might have the guy who cooks, and you may have the guy who cleans the casino. I mean, they're all levels of things. But to your point, if the guy playing the slots was doing it to the exclusion of his house note, then now you've raised another problem.
And of course, you've addressed that in part with the money in that other aspect.
I mean, because there are a whole lot of things that people can do with their money.
Yes.
We don't even need. But some of which are legal, some of which are not.
Yeah.
If you the last thing you want to do is let your kids get one of those 900 numbers on the telephone. Right. If you want to see some money get rung up real quick. Yeah. And
I did also before, because I know there's other people, you had mentioned that the people are gambling. There is a difference they have found in psychological studies at this point, and they're not as extensive as some other studies might be in the future, that internet gambling seems to have a higher risk for problem and pathological gambling than other forms. And like I said, it may be because of accessibility. It may be because there's not a social network around you at the table to say, hey, you've lost $1,000, why don't you walk away and take a break? But whatever the case, they are finding that. And
but hold your point. Our system accounted for that too. And in the internet, you actually have the ability to do it even better than you do in a brick and mortar facility, because when you register at the internet site, we can not only put a cap on how much money you lose, we can also put a cap on how many hours you play. And we can flag that when you log on, so that we can, in fact, in an internet environment, we can say you can only lose so much money and you can only play so much time. I can actually manage better the downside risk of gaming on the internet much better than I can manage it in a brick and mortar facility. Because in the internet site, I can even, provided you were utilizing California sites, I can manage your time across all of the different hubs where you went to play. If you go into different casinos, I don't have. So you could go to different casinos and lose your shirt 3 or 4 times, depending upon how many shirts you had.
Yes.
I'm just saying is that in this environment, my ability to control the problem gambler is much better attended to.
Right, and it may be that the internet will simply ignite the addiction and not fully exploit it, because then if they can't play there but they are addicted to it, they'll go somewhere else.
That's possible.
I'm just saying that there is that factor.
I can't control every eventuality, because they are adults that are playing.
Right, and yet we are in a place of making what I see as an inherent behavior with inherent dangers more and more available. And finally, just real briefly, and I don't mean to sound flippant, but earlier in your testimonies today, you were talking about concerns. You were going to increase some penalties and people were concerned that it would be thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that could be accumulated. It was on environmental and water waste and such. And one of the witnesses said very simply, the way to avoid the penalties is to comply with the law. And I would say the way for some of the internet poker players to avoid being exploited, to avoid being defrauded, to avoid having their money stolen, to avoid exactly what has been described is simply comply with the law, and then they wouldn't play.
Okay. Thank you.
But I do appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have a point of view. I appreciate yours as well.
Thank you.
Both? Are you? Okay.
Which one of us would you like first?